smoking and got rum in me cup. Bad gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
The stage is set as Split 1 comes to a close here at the Spate Championship Series. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Spate Esports Twitch stream for day one of the major here of Split 1 in SCS. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot of storylines, and most importantly, we have a lot of Rocket League to watch. And to help me talk through the Rocket League that we will be watching this evening, I have three young, strapping gentlemen to my left that will be going through everything here in the pre-show. And up first, it is one of the best casters that I have had the pleasure of casting with since beginning this journey. And it's just a pleasure to be on the same desk as him. Malachi, welcome. How do you feel this evening?
I appreciate it. That's a warm welcome. That is a warm welcome. Now y'all making me live up to these things. Now I have to perform tonight. It's good. It's an amazing day, amazing evening over here on the East Coast. The sun is still up. It's not gonna set yet. Once it gets dark, though, baby, we're gonna get rolling, and I don't doubt that the matches that we're gonna see tonight will deliver.
Absolutely, for sure. In the middle, he has been a content creator. He's been a caster forever. He is fantastic at the job that he does, and it's an absolute honor to have him on the desk with us. JO8, welcome. How are you feeling?
I feel like you did a little bit of research here. I don't remember us talking about all these things, but hey.
You have a Wikipedia, bro.
I do have a Wikipedia. I guess that makes sense. It's not hard to find everything then, but I'm doing well. I'm very excited to get these games going. It's been nice to see the season unfold the way that it has, and seeing all these teams in one bracket where everything's on the line here. I'm definitely excited to see what kind of stories we can write here.
Absolutely. And on the end, it's Colby. How are you doing this evening, mate?
Really?
Yeah.
That's what we're starting off with.
Yeah, that's what we're
I'm
going
feeling
with.
great. A whole week of relaxing, waiting for this moment. I mean, I could have got a better intro. I mean, these two, whatever.
Who to
But-
what to?
But, you know,
Don't blame it on me.
hey, you know, I've had a great week, but this weekend's going to be gas. I can't wait to see some ball and net saves, everything you can think of. I'm pumped.
Jokes aside, I've got to give Colby his flowers. One of the most hype casters in the entire scene. He is so good on the mic, and we look forward to hearing more from him later on. So there you go. There's your intro, pal.
I appreciate it.
Of course, absolutely. So with that said, that is our panel. Elle, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I do have something to say. Yeah, finally, somebody recognized that I had something to say. Somber. Okay. Nah.
Wow.
Wow.
Nah, but yeah. So I was gonna say, I mean, you give us all warm intros, but how about one for yourself? Probably the best host one of the best hosts, probably the best host I've ever worked with. One of the best hosts in all of the Rocket League community. One of the best casters in the European scene. One of the big names that got to cast all over the place in our OCS. Mr. Rhino Boy, our dedicated host and MC for the entire split. Thank you for your work, my man. How you doing?
I am doing way better than I was earlier with that introduction, Mel. Thank you so much for that. It's always nice to have the ego stroked a little bit, but yes, no, thank you so much for that. And hey, we've loved being here, right? It's been a full split of action that we have been watching, and I think we should talk about that action that we've been seeing, because Split 1 has been full of ups, downs, peaks, troughs. And we are now going into a major where the top 8 teams across all 3 of our regionals are going to compete. And Mel, I kind of want to talk to you first about a player that comes to mind when I talk to you about the MVP of Split 1. Who's kind of a player that you immediately springs to your mind?
Immediately probably Tikaro. In my opinion, I mean, you saw what he did over the first 2 regionals. They won back to back. I don't know how you can argue. And not only did Silly Billies get the back to back wins, one of the regionals they were playing with a sub as well. And Tikaro was the constant as well. He was the person to drive them through every single championship Sunday that they played. He is the reason why Silly Billies is the #1 seed going into the major.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Silly Billies have looked so good across the entire regional. Jay, going to ask you the same question, but the usual Rhino rules apply. No picking Tikarel. That's Mel's player. Go on, give us a different one.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I wasn't going to pick Tikarel. So
okay, that does make you feel better.
Not because I don't think Tikarel is good. Don't get me wrong. Tikarel, I casted in the first regional, I believe, and it was an absolute show. But speaking of other teams that I've casted, I want to look to the other side of the seating here. I want to look at our underdog team, Little Birds, which Jerry Jerbear, many names, last week. I'm sorry, Colby. I have to. Played phenomenally in the underdog run that Little Birds had in Regional 3. And I want to see that. I want to see that again. I want to see that brought back. And I really hope that we can see more of that, because that's what it's going to take in this bracket.
Wow.
Absolutely. That's a great shout. I mean, yeah, Little Birds coming in, as you say, the underdog team. It'll be very interesting to see how they get through in that first game, which we will watch in just over 5 minutes' time. Colby, then. 2 taken.
Sorry.
MVP for the split.
That's my bad.
Man, I really don't know. I mean, there goes 2 of my players. I do have a third, though.
Okay.
And
it should be who I think it is.
Are we talking about? Are you talking about Bora?
Probably not. But
Now,
if
you
you
talk
want to go
about
Bora,
Bora.
he deserves. He was
can
one of the
talk
best
about
people that
He
deserve it. So go ahead.
deserves something. I mean, he played out of his mind, Regional 2, and I think he was one of the main factors. That's why they won. That split. That split too. So I think Bora deserves something. I mean, he holds it down for them. T-Crow, obviously, he's like the main character, of that team. But without Bora, I honestly do not see that team being the way they are, even with T-Crow, because Bora took over. He had, with T2, he's the main character. But Bora, there's just something about him. I don't know. I love how he plays.
Oh, we've got three very, very good candidates for MVP of the split. However, I imagine that with a little bit of a change tonight, with what we see tonight, those picks may change over the course of the evening. So let's keep that in mind as we have a look at what we will be watching for tonight and tomorrow night. Let's have a look at the bracket if we have a screen for it, because there is some serious things
wow,
on the line
beautiful.
here. First game coming up is Silly Billies versus Little Birds, and we will be getting very deep into that in just a moment's time. Followed by Pirates on a Bot versus Pips, the battle of the P-Eyes. Okay, be very careful with how you pronounce that.
Interesting.
Hey, it counts. It counts.
Sure.
In that third game tonight, it's No Idea versus Patty Formula. And then in that last game, of course, there you see Pause Up versus Last Minute. And we talked about it last week where seeding was so important because you wanted to be on the opposite side of the bracket to Silly Billies. However, I will say, Ismail, that the other side of the bracket to Silly Billies is incredibly stacked with 4 teams who realistically probably believe they could make it to the final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they have to believe that they can make it to the final because I think with the draw that we got for this major, it opens up the tournament on the right side completely on the bottom side of the bracket because No Idea and Patty Formula are 2 really good teams. Pause Up has made consistent top. They're the number 2 seed going into this, so they made a top 2 and a top 4, and I think 2 top 4s as well, actually. And then Last Minute, who's made every single top 8, and I think a top 4 as well earlier on last regional. But I think the heavier side of the bracket is obviously the top half. Silly Billies, Pirates on a Bot, and Pips are all favorites to make and win the final individually, respectively. But with all of them being on the same side, that opens up the draw for the bottom side of the bracket, which makes things a lot more interesting to see where we face it for the quarterfinal, the semifinals, and grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it sure does. I mean, there's a lot of history to talk about, Jay, between all of these teams because they've all been involved in different regionals across this split. But there are a couple of teams that we have who have played every single regional, and that would be Silly Billies, but of course they weren't playing in that final weekend. Pause Up also did that. Last Min also did that, and Paddy Formula. So that's only 4 teams really that have played the entire season. Everyone else might have played, they just weren't able to make it to that championship weekend. Do you think it's going to give a benefit to those teams that have played consistently for the last 3 weeks?
Well, it depends, of course. So some of those teams that didn't play every single regional, maybe there was another tournament going on at the same time, and they already had enough points that they knew they'd make it to the major, and they just wanted to also play in something else at the same time. It's possible. You know, there are a lot of scenarios. If there were teams that just said, we don't feel like playing Rocket League this weekend, then that might affect them a little bit. But as long as those teams in that downtime that they weren't playing, if they were keeping up tip-top shape, then I don't... outside of seeding, I don't think it's going to affect their play too much, but maybe we'll see something that proves me otherwise.
Always interesting. Got to run the scientific method, haven't you? Test it out, see what happens. Colby, then let's have a quick conversation about the fact that we had 2 teams that actually finished the split on the same number of SCS points, that being Pause Up and No Idea. But it looks like Pause Up managed to get 2nd seed over No Idea, so that means No Idea. They're still on the same side of the bracket.
No, Near the 2nd seed, actually. I had messed up. No Idea 2nd seed.
No Idea 2nd seed.
3rd seed. Yeah, it comes down to game it comes down to game differential, actually. And yeah, they just had on top of that.
There's a whole load of things at play, but the 2nd and the 3rd seeds see themselves on the same side of the bracket, which is away from Silly Billies, who, it's fair to say, Colby, are kind of like the juggernaut in this major, right? They're the ones that a lot of people are scared about.
Nah. Pirates of the Bot ain't scared of nobody. No, they're not. They're gonna win this whole thing anyway. But no. That's all I gotta say. I don't really know. I don't know how to answer that question. Be honest with you, quite frankly.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just
Why
stupid.
not? I mean, yeah, they've won 2 regionals, so I imagine that's probably why they kind of come into here with a lot of momentum. But Colby shaking his head, he's not sure.
No, I mean they missed last week. They didn't play because obviously they won 2 in a row and they're already in. But they're a threat. They are. They are. You know, don't take them lightly because they'll mess you up, and it'll be 4-0 quickly. I mean, the team is great, but they haven't played Pirates on a Bot, and I don't think have they played. No idea. I don't know if they have. So we'll see. And it should be fun. Now they did go to Game 7. I'm pretty sure with Pigeon, Resnal, and Fast in a grand final. I think in a regional. But other than that, I feel like they haven't really played anybody, to be honest with you.
Very interesting. And that actually leads me on to the next kind of point that I wanted to bring up, which was I wanted to ask each of our desk who they think is going to win this major. Which team do you believe is going to go all the way through? Now, the Rhino rule does not apply to this one. You can pick the same team that someone else is going to pick. I've got no problems with that because we are in the deep water. We are in the big event. So, Mel, first up, of these 8 teams, who's going all the way?
Ooh, this is good because I have a really good feeling we're gonna see Silly Billies and Pirates on the Bot semifinals rematch tomorrow. But it's so hard for me to pick. It's between Silly Billies and Pirates on the Bot. I think Pips can do it. However, it's going to be much more competitive for them. Remember, they lost in the grand finals, regional 2, to Silly Billies in the Game 7 6-minute overtime. So they have shown the potential to go all the way with the best teams. I just think that teams like No Idea and Pause Up drive them more than a team like Pirates on the Bot and Silly Billies do. So I will say Silly Billies win the major. That's my prediction. But each of their matches is going to be incredibly close.
On for Silly Billies. Jay in the middle. Do you agree? Do you have a different pick?
So I have to say, what am I really contributing to the conversation if I say Silly Billies are going to win? Because that's what everyone expects, you know. Everyone, everyone thinks, like Silly Billies, you know, they're the favorites, and they're the favorites for a reason. They've earned that spot, but I'm gonna go for a bit of a dark horse pick here, if that's okay. And it is a team that has had a stream curse, where one of the players on the team personally messaged me saying, "Hey, we haven't really been on stream over the regionals, and we would like to be." And so I put in a message.
Are you
So I put in a message to production staff. I got them a spot on stream, and they lost. And I messaged him. I was like, "All right, you're good. Just win your next one." They happen to be on stream again, and they also lost. So they have a bit of a stream curse right now, but I really hope that they're gonna break it. And I believe in them, and I have faith in them. And for that exact reason, I'm going to go in the direction of Last Minute.
Yes.
I love it.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Man.
I love it. Absolutely. Then Colby, on the end, we've had favorites picked. We've had a bit of an outsider picked. Who are you taking to win that $300 prize?
I think we know.
I mean, we already know. He's the best. I mean, they got the best duo in this whole thing. This whole this Spate Championship Series. 11 Knight are the best duo.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
That's true. And I mean, yeah, no, Knight's gonna. Nah, he's not gonna let him. But nah, Silly Billies, they're gonna. It's gonna be a good game, but I just think these two guys are so good, and I don't know. I think Heps is playing this weekend, or was he? I don't know, but if Heps is playing, I mean, last week we saw it. I mean, they dominated. I mean, they literally were connecting. All 3 of them were, and if they do that this weekend, I mean, I'm not even gonna watch the stream. I'm just gonna go eat or something.
Well, in case you don't know who Knight and Lev are, which team they're on, that is, of course, Pirates on a Bot.
My fault.
Which we all knew. You know, everyone on the stream would have been watching the split. We all knew, but I have to, I have to do the due diligence. I have to make it apparent.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
Pirates on a Bot to go through. So 3 different picks, even though the Rhino rule was vetoed. So that's
crazy.
That's very interesting from my
need your
panel here.
rules.
Thank you very much for
Last minute is crazy though.
Last minute is a very
It's gonna be
interesting pick.
so
That
funny
is
when I'm standing here
insane.
tomorrow with the only correct pick. I just want to make that clear right now.
Who'd you pick?
That
Silly
will be
Billies?
It's the boring.
the only-
It's the
You
boring
picked Silly
pick.
Billies?
I will
Yeah, he
have the only correct pick by tomorrow. Just
It's
watch.
gonna be
Y'all
so
check
cool
out.
when I
I'll
wake
make-
up
I'll-
and
hey,
breathe
I'll make
air.
sure to-
I mean, that's
I'll
crazy,
make sure
guys.
to talk tonight.
Everybody
I'll make sure.
clip this moment. Everyone,
Clip
somebody
it.
clip this
Clip
moment
it.
right now. Give me
Go ahead.
30 seconds because I'm gonna give you a round right now. 30 seconds. Give me
Okay.
30 seconds.
Here
And
we
then you
go.
clip that 30 seconds. I'll tell you when I'm done. All right? Listen to me. The reason Silly Billies are gonna win, they have got probably the best third man in all of Bubble Scene Rocket League in Darklight. The best first man and one of the most mechanical players in North American ROCX history in T. Corral. You can't tell me this team is not going to win the major. They don't win the major. I will put up a on-stream bet with somebody. We'll figure out what it is. But if they don't win the major, it does not count if they forfeit. All right, just making that clear. But if they don't win the major, it's not going to happen. We're not going to see. It's not going to happen because they will win the major. Okay, Jay, you can put your headphones back on now.
Yeah, I think Jay's
they
done.
will win the major. Clip that because I will be the
Can I
only
come back
person
yet?
standing tomorrow. The only person standing with the correct position.
We'll
No.
see about that.
I don't think anyone is questioning that you're picking Silly Billies. All we're saying is that if you put a bet on Silly Billies to win the major, you would get 1 to 2 odds, which means for every £2 you put on, you get £1 back or dollar, right? They're odds on favorites, so it's a boring pick to pick them. But I guess someone had to on the
I
desk.
think
So.
They have it.
I'm
Hey.
probably the favorite. If it's
Um,
between Silly Billies, if who would be the favorite here? Parts on a bot or Silly Billies?
Pirates
Because
on the bot.
honestly, it'd be
Let me tell you why.
probably.
I'll tell you what.
Maybe.
They
Based on split
listen,
results, it's not. Based
split,
on split
yes,
results.
but the first one they had the disconnect, and that kind of
Okay.
ruined their momentum and all that stuff. So I feel like
So-
since how they bounced back in the third, I mean look at them.
Right.
I mean, I
Well-
like T. Corral, but that's just not. It's not gonna fly.
We have our first lobby ready, so I am very quickly going to go down the list, down the panel here, and ask for a series prediction because we have Silly Billies versus Little Birds coming up. We know who Mel's going to pick to win it, but how many games do they win it in?
Little Bird. Ooh, they got my friend Jerry. Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, Jerry's like the nicest person in the entire tournament, bro. He's like this.
He really
he's a
is.
sweet guy. Okay. You know what? I think it's gonna be somewhat competitive. I think it goes to Neo Tokyo. I'll say 4-2 in favor of Silly Billies, but Silly Billies are gonna show why they have the quality to win the major.
4-2 to Silly Billies. Jay in the middle, what say you?
I'm gonna go. I'm just trying to think
Don't
what
do it.
direction I go here.
Don't do it.
4-2 Silly Billies is pretty safe. You know that allows Silly Billies to make some mistakes and Little Birds to capitalize because we know they're capable, and that's a safe guess. But you know what? Let's play one more game of Rocket League. Let's get a little more action. Let's go 7 games in favor of Silly Billies.
Oh my gosh!
7
do
whole
it.
games of Rocket League to start us off to make this weekend just phenomenal.
I think the casters just cried in the booth next to us, but
That's just
it's all
awful.
good.
See this guy Beaver, bro.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Can I be honest with you? I don't know if that's even a prediction, but that is not happening at all.
We'll see. We'll see.
It's just,
well,
I thought you were
Colby, then?
actually gonna be interesting,
I mean,
Jay. I thought you were gonna be the villain.
4-1 in favor of Silly Billies. I mean, this is
Just pick
simple.
the
I
other
mean,
number. Sure.
We caster cursed them. We just desk castered my pick. Right
You know
now,
what?
you have to pick.
you know,
for them.
I hope. You know,
This is
I
your-
hope
this
so.
is
Rhino,
your
Silly Billy
obligation.
sweep.
This
That's
is
sweep.
your obligation.
No, it's not. Because if we're going to fully caster curse them, I'm going to go with Silly Billies in a sweep. We've got a sweep. 4-3, 4-2, 4-1.
Get
Covering all of our
out,
bases.
Get out.
That's
Get
what we're doing.
out.
That's what we're doing. Silly Billy's in a sweep. Watch it happen.
All right.
Mel is upset, but it doesn't matter how Mel is feeling. All that matters is what happens in the server and the road to the $300 cash prize is starting right now. Silly Billies versus Little Birds with your casters of Somber and Beaver.
Welcome back, Spate Championship Series. It is your major number one, quarterfinal number one between Silly Billies and Little Birds. I am Beaver. Alongside me is the ever handsome, ever talented Somber. Somber, how are you doing, my brother? I don't hear you, Somber, but Somber is excited. I see his voice going. He is ready to go. Players also ready to go. The Spate boys back at it from RLCS, back to the SCS, but it is the familiar crew of these Silly Billies once again with Giselle T. Carell missing from the lineup again. But Somber, this is a lineup we have seen before from them, and they haven't skipped a beat when Giselle has came back in there. Welcome, of course, to the broadcast, and welcome to game one of this best of 7.
Yeah, welcome indeed. And what a way to kick things off. Shox is going to get them on the board first here. Little Birds opening up the scoring. Jer Bear, just great placement. Bora tried to get that one off the back wall, but just slightly too low. This is going to be actually a very, very interesting match because we saw these two teams face off in playoffs before, all the way back in Regional 2 semis. Silly Billies beat them in 5, and that was I believe, T. Carell less. I don't know if he was able to make the full playoff run, but nonetheless, we saw what this 3-stack can do. They can put up results, and they're looking to do so on the big stage.
Absolutely, and you talk again about this Silly Billies squad, obviously a favorite of Mel on the desk, because you heard him break all your headphones when he was going through the pick, but you know, this is a team that decided they just wanted to take off Regional 3. They said, you know what, we already qualified. We're the top seed. It doesn't matter what we do. Let's chill out. We're not too worried about the cash prize. And they took it off and still was able to get through the number 1 seed. And Bora coming through, going to tie this one up. 3:53 on the clock. It's this stretch play that always just seems to work. That's a little bit of a missed touch from Shox. Bora's going to put that right over the top.
Yeah, we saw Bora earning MVP honors in Regional 2, and they're just right back to form, opening things up for the scoring for Silly Billies. And again, I know we talk so much about this squad, but they truly are the 1 seed for a reason, right? You got an up-and-comer in the 1 scene in Darklight, trying to make some waves in the 3 scene, which, I mean, with their performance so far, they've been doing just that. And of course, T. Carell and Bora, they've been absolutely lethal at any point in the game. But to me personally, touching on Darklight, they're one of my players to watch as difference makers. I think if they're able to really catch their stride on their team, particularly if they're doing well, this team is going to look basically unbeatable. They have shown some flashes of mortality, right? We saw them always get reverse swept by Pips. They've had some results here and there. They haven't had to play Pirates on a bot, which is another, fan and tournament favorite here. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to see how the subs step up into their role in J-Cell coming in and replacing T. Carell. And I don't know if the desk knew that bit, but maybe things would have shifted a tad. I think they're still the favorites here. Dead even game heading into halftime. And I mean, yeah, both teams, they want the win here.
Absolutely. And speaking a little bit, obviously, about this Little Bird squad as well, coming into the 8th seed, so definitely the underdog in terms of SCS points. Silly Billies with 48, Little Birds just squeaking in with 27 in that 8th seed. But this lineup, it has been cohesive with Shox, Jerbear, and Spood. They were missing in action in Regional 1, ended up coming through the big Regional 2 and 3 in order to grab all these points to qualify. So definitely not a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. It's a catchphrases. Jerbear own goals that one, but it's a great touch. A sidewall double from Giselle. He says, you know what? I'm sick of the analysis. Let's get some clips in there. And that is a beaut going in the back of the net from Giselle.
Yeah, Giselle, we saw their run as a sub. I feel like subs today particularly are going to play a big role, and they're stepping up into that role beautifully. Darklight looking to keep the offense going. Bore off that sidewall. Them and Shocks collide in the corner. They get a good 50. Darklight keeping this one alive. Giselle out of the corner trying to get a double over to Bora. Bora gonna snipe it over the defense, and they extend their lead quickly to 2. Just a beautiful little passing play. Giselle, you got to respect the touch central. But Bora coming in for the cleanup, skying over the defense, and Silly Billies look right back to form.
Those doubles are working. I think it is J-Cell. We'll go with J-Cell.
Right.
I saw you adjust to go with me. I appreciate it. I think you were correct with that one. But this has been a tactic, I would say, of the Silly Billies that have worked all throughout SCS. Is they just love this infield passing play that they're able just to go through, stretch the defense, get this mixed direction going. We did see them in the last series that they played in Regional 2 that I think all the goals but 2 were assisted on. So if they can just continue getting these passing plays to work, it's so difficult to defend that misdirection. And of course, you get that little bit extra speed when you're getting it off the touch on the teammate. But we have a $1.15 left to go here. 3-1 on the score sheet. Shocks take that 50 out. Jer Bear with the catch, trying to get past J-Cell, but J-Cell is there again to dunk, sends it all the way down for Silly Billies.
It's Spoods now trying to launch a counter, tries to get the flip reset past Bora, but Bora just shuts down any plans they had. Shocks now touch up to the ceiling, tries to get it past Darklight, but they're holding that midfield well right now. Little Birds, they've been a desk favorite for sure, but definitely the underdog. Their ceiling is as high as any in this tournament, but I think that just, you said this team loves the infield passing plays. I think all teams here love those infield passing plays. They just work so well. But Silly Billies and Pirates on a Bot are the two teams that just know how to execute them so beautifully. Bora looking for the redirect. Darklight still central, but the shot off target. And those infield passing plays are going to be probably the most deadly tool in their tool belt in this opening round. And if you're Little Birds, you got to find a way to try to shut that down. Bora now with the waning seconds of game 1. Get it over the top of the defense. No one back for Little Birds. And that may just be the dagger here with 14 on the clock.
Dagger indeed. It's good quickness from Bora. Spooge just not able to get up to contest that one. You can't exactly blame them for being out of rotation there because you have to kind of throw things forward there. With less than 30 to go, you were chasing 2 already. If you get scored on, who cares? You got scored on. But again, speaking of that tactic, that infield passing play, you can't be in a position as well where you just continue to jump that pass because you have a player like Darklight who's just such a ones merchant as well, who could toast you in the 1v1 too. So if he reads that you're going to start to jump those passes, he's just like, you know what? I'm just going to take it myself. And obviously in J-Cell and Bora, you saw Bora with the beat over the top there. And we talk about Darklight. Big 74 points on the board there for the ones merchant. Bora with a hat trick. Again, all goals assisted on there. I'm sorry, check that. 2 goals were assisted on by Bora from J-Cell. It was a good defensive effort from Little Bird. Spoods, you see him with the 6 saves. But, man, Somber, those charts 13-2, that's a tough run.
Yeah, Silly Billies, they just smother you on offense, man. And you're kind of playing, the cup game. It's whichever player is up, you got to respect them enough, but you never know truly who's going to be the one to take that shot. Like you said, Darklight, if you respect those passing lanes a little bit too much, you're going to get toasted over the top with some nasty mechanics coming out of them. And same with Bora and J-Cell. They're highly mechanical players as well. This Silly Billies squad, top to bottom, subs and all, is just so good that you got to try to play them as evenly as possible, but you just got to play with the cards that are in front of you. And right now, it's Silly Billies holding the deck.
Holding the deck for sure, but it is going to be Spooge trying to change the fortune. Gets a big boom all the way down the pitch, and that's a good 50 by Jer Bear. Bora's going to catch. Shocks trying to put it under. It's a pinball action in the midfield there, but Darklight finally collects, looking to get a big backflip flip over the top. Nobody home from Silly Billies to put that through, but now here comes Bora. Bora flip resets on, but Jer Bear denies, and Darklight coming back on the play is going to bounce this one off the sidewall. Bora just backflips and continues. No attack here from Silly Billies so far as these Little Birds look to clear the zone.
Yeah, but even if they don't have the good looks, they're keeping the pressure going, holding that midfield well. J-Cell going to boom one down towards the box. This one cleared away by Spoos, and again, Bora tries to make contact with it, can't quite get to the ball. Spoos looking for the air dribble bump, but Darklight, again, the one's experience showing there. They're able to dodge that successfully, get it back outside their box. J-Cell now trying to lead the charge downfield. Darklight tries to take over. Quick reaction to recover off of that. Trying to speed flip back into it. Couldn't quite get that one tucked in through the post. Bora with a good challenge. Shocks down below. Gonna boom that one away. Darklight has Bora waiting over on the right. They jumped that one. It's now waterfall down. Jer, can you read that? They do. Off the backboard. J-Cell keeps the pressure going into the corner. Spoods again. Good job from this Little Birds team, taking away these reads early before they can even try to make an attempt. That one goes just high, and one of the few opportunities that you would have had if you're Little Birds. And now it's a counter going the other way. Flip reset off target, and both these teams are having good looks. That one rattles around the hardwood, and the follow-up no good. Both these teams are getting looks, but they can't find a shot.
Fourth defender looking good there for Little Birds. There's a waterfall all the way down. J-Cell with a miss. It's going to be Shocks trying to take advantage. Pinched back down, but J-Cell will clear that out. Again, great looks from that squad. The defense holding so far for these Little Birds. And Little Birds on top of the defense already. 2 saves credited to them, but 6 shots coming the way of Silly Billies. Not exactly finding the accuracy that they did in game 1, but still just that one shot again from Little Birds, and it was just over the bar. They didn't even have to make a save on it. It's great that they can sit here and just play defense, 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 and not let one come through. But there's got to be a point where you say, hey, we got to get going on offense. We need to get something in our direction instead of just the stretch play. Get some control, maybe run that pass and try to move their way down the pitch. But they need to get some sort of offense aggression here in the Little Birds.
Yeah, both sides are playing kind of bend, don't break, right? You're not wanting to overextend. You're not wanting to take those risky plays. But J-Cell just going to dunk you on the goal line. And that's going to be first goal after the full first half played. Shocks just pour clear, bumps into their teammate. Chaos on the back line. J-Cell comes swooping in on those Little Birds and just gets that through. It's going to be very tough here now. If you're Silly Billies, you can kind of lay back and continue to just play great defense. We've seen that they are holding the midfield well. They're playing those counters well, but knowing these players, they want to pad the stat sheet. They want to get more on the board. Bora now looking out of the corner. Flip a reset, no good. Gets the demo on Shocks in the air. Darklight comes swooping in. Bora back up for another shot attempt. Going to drop that down. Jer Bear can't make a read. Backflips on the goal line. And 2 quick succession goals for Silly Billies.
I mean, you just look at those boost meters on the side of Little Birds. They are just getting absolutely smoked in the NOS tank. They are a full 1,200 boosts more than the Little Birds, and that speed definitely taking a toll, especially when they're just locked in on defense. It's just so hard for the Little Birds to break out right now, but they are trying. It is Spoos who's up on the play there. I like this. A little bit of aggression, get something different as they try to run that little offside play, as you call it. He was cherry picking down the field there, was Spoos. Oh, terrible touch by Darklight, but Jer Bear not with the boost to make it through. Bailed them out. That would have maybe give Little Bird some momentum. I don't think Darklight was expecting just to backflip that and just stay in front of his car. Either way, still no harm, no foul. It's just the one lonely shot on the boards here for the Little Birds so far.
Yeah, the one shot really speaks to just how their resources are. You're able to keep up with this team, but when you have no boost, it makes it that much harder. The initial pace of play looked very dead even, but as soon as we started seeing, Silly Billies picking up all those pennies, starving those corner boosts over on the blue side, just maintaining pressure. When you don't have boost to make a play, big dunk comes out. Jer Bear can't connect on the cleanup, and his Darklight with a big flick downfield. Spoods caught out awkward, putting it out to the backboard. J-Cell down below, looking to rip another quick shot, cleared away by Jer Bear. Now trying to lead a counter downfield, but only a half tank of boost. That's going to be all they have. Shocks now with only 40 in the tank, trying to make a play out of the corner. It's Bora keeping this one in the orange half, maybe giving them some time to reset, but Shocks just going to take advantage, says, no, you're not going to reset your offense, so I'm just going to rush in and get one on the board. 19 seconds and a kickoff left for Little Birds to try to make something shake here.
The scoring drought over. It was almost 9 minutes, 45 seconds since the last goal. Perhaps something off the kickoff. That's how they scored in game 1. Late kickoff comes in. Spoods backflips into this one. Now the half flip is good. Taken away by Bora. Bora trying to ice this one. The Doomsday is down and in. Bora shutting the door on game 2.
Yeah, what a dagger from Bora, showing why they were Regional 2 MVP. Shots and plays like that in late game to just extend it and put the nail in the coffin in game number 2. You got 10 seconds left. You're going to need some absolute miracles to go your way. And as we finally tick down these final 5 seconds, it looks like Silly Billies are going to be taking a commanding 2-game lead. Little Birds going to have to figure something out going into the break. You got outshot and outmuscled in these first 2 games. How do you game plan going into game 3?
Yeah, as you just said, it's another extremely wide margin. 10 shots for just 3 for the Little Birds. And honestly, I'm not sure what we can do to change here if we are the Little Birds. I mean, they have, to be honest, looked a step lower than the Silly Billies so far. They finally did get that one great opportunity. Jared Bear had the air dribble to go all the way down, but then was just stuffed on the goal line by J-Cell. We got to start playing almost random. Do we revert back to just rush everything? I mean, maybe just throw strategy out the window, throw care out the window. If you're getting beat this badly, and I say again, they're not bad players, but we're getting beat this badly. Whatever we're doing games 1 and 2, ball up the piece of paper, throw that out. We need to come up with a different strategy. And if it's it's monkey ball time, we need to start rushing stuff, then it's monkey ball time, man. We saw that they got that goal to bring it to 1-2 by just 10 boosts in the tank. Shocks just turned on the ball and said, hey, I'm just going to try to stuff this in between 2 players, and they got a goal off of it. So if that's what's going to work, that's what's going to work. And here it comes. Spoods all the way down the pitch with the open net will open up scoring here. 19 to go, and that's the life you need. Hey, it comes off some unfortunate pinballing in front of the goal box there, but you take it either way.
Yeah, you got to take the opportunities that are given to you. 3 shots last game, and if you can just make that 2 out of 3 instead of 1 out of 3, it's a much more competitive game. But like you said, throw the game plan out the window. Apparently, whatever homework you have done going into this, whatever strategy you had, they got you dialed in. They got you locked in from kickoff of game 1, basically. And it's been just Silly Billies doing whatever they please. And sometimes you just got to go all out, especially in this game 3. If you drop this, you are facing elimination. But with a best of 7, you got a little bit of time to try to wake up a bit and try to figure out what is going to, go against a team like Silly Billies. And maybe it is just go for the ball. Go early, intercept these passing lanes. You got to give respect to these players, but so far it's just been given a little bit too much respect, giving them that space and time on the ball. This time they're trying not to, as Shocks gets demoed on the back line. J-Cell pinches that one away. Someone from Little Birds needs to be up for that, but again, just giving them too much space on that. They were all 3 stacked. That could have been a great opportunity for a counterattack, but now this ball's in your corner. You're going to have to try to make a play going downfield. Jer Bear reading that one. Shocks has tried to make a play with Bora. They 50 it out. Shocks looking for a back pass to Spoods, but Bora right back on that and a 50 at the midfield. Going to stall things out for a bit. Spoods gets the beat pass. J-Cell, last man, Darklight, able to swoop around and get this one cleared.
Yeah, Beth, definitely some back and forth action here after the initial goal. 19 seconds in. Now things calm down a little bit. I don't think, Somber, it's going to be about that first goal. It is going to be the next one. If they go up 2-0, I think they're going to be able to hold that lead. But if they go down 1-1 and perhaps 2-1 even, I mean, I'm not saying there's never a chance, but there's got to be like a 0.00001 chance of you guys reverse sweeping this Silly Billy squad. So this game 3, super important, and this next goal, super important. That's great bass pack by J-Cell, but Spoods is there. Double attempt is on, just over the bar, and it is just pixels off again for the Silly Billies. Watch out, counterattack is on. J-Cell not past Spoods, able to deny that one on the goal line.
Oh my goodness, what a chain of events. Silly Billies They almost found themselves the equalizer, but Little Birds, they are hanging on for dear life. But like you said, you want to get the net here. You don't want to just make this a 1-0 game down into the late seconds and then you give up a late game turnaround for the Silly Billies. They have shown that they have the ice, but they have also shown that they are not susceptible to giving up huge leads in the series. We saw them almost get reversed swept by Pips. Is this team playing up to that Pip squad during that time, during that run in the bracket? I mean, they can. They have the potential to do so, but it's how do you get that unlocked? Right now, they're doing a great job to unlock that potential as Shocks dominating that 50 and reading it down on the bounce. This one central, but Bear just a bit too late. J-Cell and I believe Darklight were both on the back line, so maybe smart not to full commit there and possibly get countered. Again, just under 90 seconds left on the clock. Gonna have to get something going quick. Shocks up early, able to 50 out there. Bear, quick follow-up. 50 goes in their favor. Bora right there to collect. They got an air dribble in a lane. Flip reset a bit too soon on that one. Couldn't get it over the top of the defense, but this shot lobbed. Bear and Spoods both go. Back to the central for J-Cell. Beat out by Shocks. They can't quite get back to it. J-Cell grabs some boost. They're going to look to go downfield.
Moving down the pitch, here's the last 60 seconds. Roll off the clock. Once again, the defensive clinic by Spoods. Already 5 saves on the board for the Canadian. Just 50 ticks to go. Trying to get involved on the offense now. Can't get past the 2 players of Silly Billies, and now Shocks looking to move it through. Bora steals it away. Bear intercepts. Now Dark Lights as the ping pong battle continues to move its way forward. J-Cell pops this in the midfield. Bear tosses it out. Bora, great touch to continue on, but Spoods with a big dunk down. 30 ticks to go here. That's a miss by Darklight. Spoods looking to take control. Gets it over J-Cell. The water falls down. Shocks is there. 2-0 in favor of the Little Birds. They are looking to capture game 2.
That
game
second
3, check that.
that second goal couldn't have come at a better time now. Just under 30 seconds and you got that safety net. You got to just hold on here. And even if you don't, you let in that one goal, you got that net. You're not out of the game. You are in front. You're in the driver's seat. This is your game to lose. J-Cell looking to try to cut that lead down here in the waning moments, but the dunk denied. J-Cell back on this low boost. Spoods now charging down. 50 with Darklight. Bear there to collect. Just going to pop it up over the top of Bora. Looks for their air dribble downfield. This one might be one more. Denied on the back line by Darklight. Darklight with their savior medal, but it was not enough. They get 2-0'd here in game 3, and they cut into that series lead a bit. It is now 2-1 for Silly Billies. Little Birds, they look like they've woken up.
That is a very refreshing take. If you are a Little Birds fan, a feisty taquito somewhere, just absolutely
Screaming.
punching the air. He's excited for that result, and we saw a big change there in terms of the speed for Little Birds. They were active, getting involved, jumping in plays. They were again badly not only outshot in those first 2 games, but on that boost consumption, they were getting smoked by at least 1,000 boost. This time, it was right about the same, still a little bit lower there, only 400 boost difference, but they were able to capture 8 shots. They actually outshot Silly Billies in this game. The first time that's happened all series, and the first time they've gathered the win here in that series. So again, a brand new ball game here. 3-0 would have been tough. Now 2-1 with the momentum seems doable as we head into Utopia Coliseum here for game 4.
Yeah, having that momentum is going to be absolutely huge going into game 4, because you can make it a brand new series if you win this one, and you've shown that you know how to make the right decisions and the right choices to get yourself back in this game, back in this series, and how to compete with this Silly Billy squad. But again, we can see another gear get unlocked if Darklight puts in goals like that. Bora with the setup draws in both members of the defense, and no one home able to make a play. Shocks almost got a hand on it, but it was not enough. Darklight gets Silly Billies on the board. And if you're a fan of the Silly Billies or even the team themselves, you like getting that after getting shut out in game number 3.
Absolutely. And we've seen this in all 4 games now. There's been that early goal off of that initial kickoff. So it has been 2 goals in favor of each squad now, but of course that series score still reading 2-1 as Darklight's got it absolutely glued to the car, denied out by Spoods. But that kind of takes away that momentum that you had if you're Little Birds. You're feeling good. Shot towards net. Bear finds its way home, and they will answer. Momentum be damned. We're going to go ahead and smoke that one in. A nice beat by Shocks right over the top of J-Cell. Bear just making sure it goes in for his partner, getting those assist numbers up.
Yeah, you got to make sure that they get the playmaker at some point this series, but I like the aggression shown. You are wanting to be now the enforcers in this series, and having all three people up like that is a very dangerous game to play against this Silly Billy squad, but they did it to perfection. You tank the 50 in that corner, you set up your teammate down below, and you just so happen to have a teammate on the goal line to make sure that that goes in and there's no last second heroics on the goal line. And Little Birds, they have some life back to them. That was not an absolute momentum killer with that opening goal. Darklight on the back line, going to get that one saved away. 2 touches for them. A little bit of space for Spoods. They're going to try to air dribble it over the top of Bora. Dunk on the backboard, goes wayward. Bear able to make a play in the corner with a 50 in Bora. Shocks now looking to play more kind of ping pong in the corner. This one a bit awkward. Bora able to come in off that backboard, get that one cleared out to safety. Backflip from Bear, going to stall things out for the moment. Spoods take over. Air dribble, 50 with Bora again. They're loving this corner here. Just 50s galore. They finally get it out towards the central. J-Cell, a little bit of an accidental touch there. Leads to a pop. This one over the top of Spoods. Going to have to try to beat out Darklight. They send that shot wayward. And now it's Little Birds with their first little bit of pressure here. Bora going to have things opened up. Do they have the double tap taken away? And right now, Little Birds playing great defense on that back wall.
Defense again holding strong for the Little Bird squad. It has been the shining spot of the squad pretty much the entire Spate Championship series so far. They are a tough team to score on, especially when you got Spoods to get on the back line making all those saves that we saw him go off the back wall and then the ceiling to get the challenge there. It's just been about the goals, and Shocks tried to find the corner there. Darklight was able to evade Bear on the back line. Another great save on the side of Silly Billies. Now it is Bear. Flip resets on. J-Cell pre-jump that one to keep it down, and it is Spoods looking to pinch this through, denied by Bora. MVP looking to go through. X makes a big dunk. It's Darklight trying to finish. Shocks able to put that into the corner. Spoods looks to reset. Backs off the play for J-Cell. Now pounded all the way down the pitch.
Bear almost got a read on that Darklight. Able to get the inverted touch over the top. Now following up on that sidewall. Has to get it past Shocks. Does so. Bear trying to trail behind Spoods. Soft touch on the goal line. This one's still dangerous. J-Cell too late on the follow-up. Bear able to 50 that one out. It's now back at the midfield. Silly Billies keeping the pressure on. J-Cell goes a bit early. Darklight trying to chase down a bump. Get some kind of aggression going here on the blue half. Spoods, no boost now. Little Birds, they have reserves on their second and third man, but Spoods trying to lead the charge with nothing is not going to get them anywhere as this one lands back in the corner. Spoods, a big boom downfield. Bear with the redirect, and it does not connect, but doesn't need to. Spoods with the snipe, coast to coast. They get one up on the Silly Billies here. Bear, they wanted to go for the style points, but we will take the goal nonetheless on the side of Little Birds. All right, now Silly Billies, they're playing a bit frantic here. Their back line does not look as good as we saw in the first 2 games, and Little Birds are definitely capitalizing here.
Oh, skim shot by Sox. Didn't find its way home. But, I mean, Spoods, you talk about how good he is on the defensive half. He says, you know what, if I can't break through on your side of the pitch, I'm going to do it from my own, and just absolutely smokes a back wall banger all the way down the pitch and able to put that one through. And it was J-Cell, he tried to chase behind that play, but just no boost to work with. And even though they're being outshot, it is only 4-5, but still, you just love it. It's like a different squad that we're seeing here. They've turned in from Big Bird to an Eagle over here in these last couple of minutes of Rocket League here. And as you said, they woke up a little bit. It seems like this is not the same squad that we saw in games 1 and 2, but they are still, of course, looking to have the ice here. With 20 ticks to go, shot taken away by Bora.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they finally turned the monitors on as Shocks now looking for a solo play. Couldn't dunk it over the top of Darklight. Darklight back-to-back games with Saviors, but it looks like it may not be enough. Final seconds ticking down here. Bora looks to get one more on the board. Try to equalize. Great save coming out from Shocks. Bear to follow. and they keep that one out. Late game heroics denied from Silly Billies. And we got a brand new series, Beaver. This is a brand new Little Birds squad, and we got everything all tied up in this best of 7.
You'll love to see it, and now you need to see the bounce back, right? If you're Silly Billies, you had the first 2, you're maybe thinking, easy 4-0 here. We haven't been contested so far, and then you kind of get punched in the mouth here a little bit by Little Birds. And now it's about, can you fight back? Can you continue going here? Foods once again on the top of the leaderboard, but it's a reinvigorated Little Bird squad. They have finally been able to take flight. The wings no longer clipped. It's been Spoods on the back end making it happen, and then the different players up top scoring the goals here. But it is Aquadome here for Game 5 in a series that is quickly turned into a best of 5.
Yeah, very, very quickly. At breakneck pace, this Little Bird squad was able to turn things around. And again, like I said early in Game 1, this team has the potential to be one of the best in the tournament. They've already shown that they're top 8. Bora shows why they are number 1 and they are number 8. They just roll in out of nowhere and snipe it over Shocks, who admittedly got a good possession touch, but Bora just too quick on that. And I think that the big thing that has faltered here for Silly Billies is they've not controlled the boost as well. They have not controlled the tempo as well. Because of that fact, this team is finally able to play at the same pace as you are, and on a level playing field. I think that these two rosters, without T-Crow on the pitch, are a lot closer than people would think.
Absolutely, and as you said, it's been an epidemic, I guess, in these first couple of minutes, where we have now seen a goal in 5 straight games, and then we see the leveling out that happens after that. But you see these teams just rushing, and it's kind of, as I said, what needed to change for Little Birds. Without saying, it was kind of respect them less, right? Just keep challenging. What a save by J-Cell off of the double by Spoods, and that first goal by Bora there was kind of the same thing. He said, you know what, no respect for you either. Now I'm rushing, and I don't think really Shocks thought he was going to get challenged there. I just said it was a pretty good controlled touch, but it just got a little bit away from him, and Bora already had it in his mind that's like, I'm going regardless of the touch you get here. Was able to take advantage. Double kill there, but Bora the only one not picking up a demo there, but nothing doing there as players respawned back on the sides of Little Birds. 3:15 to go. Here's Darklight. Takes control back in their field. Infield pass over to Jer Bear. 1-2. Darklight, not the player they were looking for to complete that passing play.
Yeah, I would love to see the passing plays connect more. They wanted to go more towards that. Jer Bear going to rattle that one off the top corner. A beautiful shot. The placement just a few pixels too far right. And right now, Shocks. Oh, that one goes just high. And the shooting woes are now rearing their ugly head here for Little Birds. Back-to-back great quality shots. And just fourth man for Silly Billies putting in work. Very much like we saw in game number 2, where both teams just couldn't seem to buy a shot in the opening seconds. This go around, it's Silly Billies up 1. They're in full control of this game, but this is a very threatening team.
No.
And right downfield is Darklight, rotating through your back line and sniping one on the goal line.
It's that all-in play that we were talking about earlier, and it has worked for them on a few different occasions. That time, nobody home as they back pass to the third man. Slot of that middle, and Darklight said, nah, I see that from a mile away. I've seen this story before. Able to get the read, punches that one home. Now, we would maybe even say a commanding 2-goal lead here, but it was what an opportunity, by the way, by Jer Bear to go off the crossbar and the post and not be able to find the back of the net. That one had to hurt, and now they're down 2.
Yeah, whenever you can't find the back of the net, that one almost slots just in. Spoods, just acrobatic save on the back line. They're going to have to try to do it again. They take away that double attempt by Bora. It's Shocks now clearing it downfield, but again, right into the possession of Silly Billies. J-Cell gets deleted for that touch. Bora skying in, going to try to snipe another one. Spoods again with a great shot. Spoods, just an absolute defensive masterclass this series put on by Spoods. They get another one there. And that's honestly one of the biggest things keeping them in this series and what has led them to a big turnaround is Spoods just commanding respect on the defensive line, not trying to shoot around him, but even at that, you got to try harder because they will make that acrobatic save.
I mean, Spoods in 5 games now has to have almost 20 saves if they haven't eclipsed that mark already. It's an insane defensive performance there, once again from the Canadian, but scoreboard still showing 2 goals for the good. If you're a Silly Billies fan, it is Spoods looking to do it. A big pop. Try to chase this one down, but J-Cell going to push this into the corner. This is an opportunity here for Little Birds to then get something going. A bad rotation. Shocks with the flip resets on. J-Cell's there. Spoods tries to keep it going. Floats through. Darklight with the save.
That shot definitely looked too weak, but they almost were able to punch it through. Luckily for Silly Billies, they maintain the 2-goal lead here. Now, quickly taken down to the final 30 seconds. Spoods trying to find Jerbear downfield. The redirect this time connects, but Darklight on that back line able to clear it off the post. Shocks trying to keep this one central. Jerbear has to full rotate, low boost. Spoods with enough in the tank to try to launch a counter. J-Cell shuts down that idea. Jerbear on the back line can't make contact with the ball. Shocks skies in for that. Spoods was trying to read the roll up, but unfortunately for them, it just ran around that gutter and right into possession for Darklight. They could just try to play clock here, kill the time, as this one is completely out of reach for Little Birds. 2 games unanswered, and here Bora puts the exclamation point on Aquadome.
Yeah, it's too bad Bora scores that on a 0-second play, because that was an absolute banger, by the way. So GG's to Bora there. But it, again, that just looked and felt competitive. I mean, the 3-0 score line isn't going to show that, but it felt like a good game. As we'll have an extended time to talk about it here, as we have a player who needs to restart the game. I mean, Somber, what did you see differently out of Silly Billies there that now they woke up and take control back of the series 3-2?
The biggest thing is just the way they adapted to the pressure that Little Birds was able to put up over the last 2 games. Like you said, when we saw that all-out play from Little Birds, they made an attempt downfield. They were able to push the ball and get the tempo back up and launch it into a counter. When we saw that all-out play, it was a little bit too much respect on the side of Silly Billies against Little Birds. They were like, hey, they're going all out. We got to deal with this pressure. Let's play defensive. But they're all stacked up. Make sure that your back line's covered. Send someone down towards the mid, or even if you really want to cherry pick, send them down to the opposite corner and make a play. And they did just that. And it's going to be now all on the side of Little Birds as they are facing elimination here, heading into Neo Tokyo, where so many stories have been written. Can Little Birds add to that history?
So the streets are a rough place to be, but the Birds trying to make it their nest here to continue pushing along their Cinderella story here in game 6. This one, nice pass by Bora up the Darklight, back down to J-Cell, fires a shot towards net. Shocks able to clear that away, and this is the first game, Somber, that we've seen in 6 that hasn't had a goal in the first 20 seconds. So at least got that, but it could be 40 seconds and it's in, and there it is. Bora said, 20 seconds, that's a little too short of a time. Let's extend it out a little bit. 38 on the clock there, puts it through with a nice flip reset play, got past Spoods, which has been very difficult to do this series, but Bora makes it work.
Yeah, you find a way, get that late flip reset, bait the defense up, and then they're basically just putty in your hand. The answer, no good, but Jerbear might get this one to go. Darklight, great save and great follow-up to clear it out. Darklight doing their best Spoods impression, saying, you can do it, I can do it better. They get back-to-back touches to clear that down. This one might be free for J-Cell. They can't make the read, but Bora on the follow-up, no good. And it's some great defense being played back-to-back on these stretches. And it's Silly Billies now looking to keep the pressure going. Spoods flips just under that, Shocks down below, able to get it over the top of Darklight. Bora into the corner. This may spell some trouble. J-Cell able to get to it before anyone on Little Birds can. Jerbear looking for a bump in the air. Confusion, everyone up for Silly Billies and back to the ground. Low boost, still able to get that one cleared out into the corner. Jerbear looking to get this one back central. Darklight clear out to the midfield. Bora trying to turn around on that one. Shocks Now trying to run through the back line. Bora, 2 touches, no good. Bear snipes a shot. Darklight again with another great save. Darklight putting in work on that back line to keep this one at 1-0.
Darklight has been an absolute hero here. 3 saves already as the first 2 minutes have elapsed here. All 3 of them were absolute epico saves. Able to grab those in there. He's already got 300, check that, points on the board in the first 2 minutes. Bora able to take the touch here, trying to force its way through. Bear in the midfield, able to snipe that one deck down. Darklight opting just to take a defensive posture there. You like to see him maybe go a little more aggressive there, but it still works out in their favor as Bora goes coast to coast. Bear into the corner. Spoods puts that down in the corner, looks to dump and chase this one. Darklight is there, but he's got a full tank. You know he's going coast to coast. Wall to wall with that. Gets a touch past Shocks. Bear is there. High arcing touch. Bear ceiling pinch. It's way down. Bora able to snipe this one out. Fancy plays there, but nothing doing. Not a shot attempt to be found there by the little birds.
Yeah, they need to try to find opportunities. I know it's few and far between, but a double commit is not going to be great.
Open net.
Bora puts it just too high. Bear able to get it cleared down the other way. Spoods now has some boost to work with, but J-Cell decides to bump him off of that one, says, no thanks, we're not going to give you a chance at an equalizer here. Bora gets a good 50. Shocks now having to go lateral with it. No teammate there. Bear able to rotate and find their way back to it. A little bit of boost in the tank, and they get this one to the backboard. They can't. Spoods down below. Shot blocked out by Bora. And my goodness, the defense coming out from Silly Billies in a crunch time game. 90 seconds on the clock. Spoods can't make contact. Shocks trying to take it over the top of the defense. Gets a good touch. Bear with a bump on the goal line. Darklight again with a save. And another one. And my goodness, Darklight just turning into prime Vatira here, saving every shot put up by Little Birds.
I mean, it's just absolutely insane. A lot of these balls, you see them going gray. You see them hitting the back of the net. And it's Darklight, it's Bora. It doesn't matter who it is. They are just making the saves. Vatty, we don't know who that is, but it's a prime Torment. Able to put that through, and tormenting the back of the net is Bear. Finally, that dam breaks, and they put this one through. It just goes off of J-Cell. Darklight, I don't know, man. You thought maybe he was going to be able to backflip that one out. Instead, 54 seconds left to go. The game is tied up, and the hard cheat once again taken away by Darklight. Shocks gonna take his car for the effort.
Neo Tokyo, it's where special things happen, and Little Birds, they are trying to do something special here, but Darklight wants to put an end to that conversation. They are hoping that this is the period on this series, the exclamation point on this game. They have had such a defensive masterclass over on that orange side, and of course, late game, they get a look on the blue half and they snipe it in. 2-1 for Silly Billies. They're now going to have to try to keep this one away. Bear downfield looking for Spoods. Spoods camping just a bit. Darklight able to get a back pass over to Bora. 30 seconds on the clock. Silly Billies, they're playing some time. Spoods able to get this back central. J-Cell, poor touch, bumped by their teammate. That one goes wide off the post. And again, shooting woes. This is not when you want to see it. J-Cell going down the pitch. Bear looking for some boost off the backboard. Now trying to carry it through. Demo on the back line. Darklight has to get this. They do before getting deleted. It's still open, but no, a big whiff from Shocks. And they have to now go coast to coast. Bear with a full tank, burning through everything. They got to keep this one alive. They cannot. Silly Billies going to get this one in 6. Oh my goodness. What an end to that game. What an end to the series.
Oh, and it just was the story of the series. Was close, but just no cigar for those Little Birds. They had the opportunities. All you can hope for is a chance. At the end of the game, they had the chance to make it through. I mean, it was a tough shot. It's a very, very hard shot to get there. The hard angle to get to. You had to burn up all your boosts to get there, but you had the opportunity, and it just barely wasn't able to come to fruition for the Little Birds. GG's to them for a incredible major one, a first split one. They will go down 4-2 here in this first split, but we still got plenty of action for you here over at Spate Esports with the Spate Championship Series. Your next match, Pirates on a Bot versus Pips. Give us just a few minutes. Go to a break. We will see you in just a bit.
Outside, I will always be the one that's right here, standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our heart implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode.
Our first team is officially locked in to Championship Sunday here at the SCS Major. It will be Silly Billies to go through to those semi-finals tomorrow and vie for that $300 prize pool. But who will join them? Well, we will find out who they will play in the semi-finals very, very shortly, because that is our next game up. Pirates on a Bot versus Pips, and to talk all about it, my wonderful desk. They've turned casters to panelists. Some would call that a downgrade. I'd call it more friends for myself. It's Somber and Beaver. Somber, what a series that was with Silly Billies versus Little Birds.
Yeah, man. I had the hopium for Little Birds, and they showed that they can hang with this squad. And I think that going into Split 2, they're going to take this in stride. You know, you're coming in against the number 1 overall seed, the favorite for, let's say, good 90% of people, and you're able to really take it to them and make them sweat, especially in that last game. They really had to sweat that one out, and it was just good vibes. It was a great series, and what a way to start off.
What a way to start off. I mean, Eva, it was a great game. How are you feeling tonight? How are you personally doing? Ready for this this night of action?
Yeah, feeling good, feeling great. It was a great series, and I would say one that perhaps some people didn't think it was going to be as competitive as it was going to be, but it was very hyper competitive. And I'll be the first to say, after those first 2 games, it was like, ah, man, 4-0, easy. This isn't going to be anything close. And then you saw that light switch go off for Little Birds, and it was, hey, we got a series on our hand here. And even, a couple different bounces in game 6, it was the dark light show for sure. If he wasn't peaking, I wouldn't say peaking, as it's a little disrespectful to Darklight, but if he wasn't playing as well as they were in that game, I mean, Little Birds is on their way to Champions Field in game 7, but so many of those shots were 50% of the net, 60%, 70% of the way in the net. You saw more than half of that ball turn gray. It was in the back of the net, and it's just Darklight from, the Batcave able to come through and able to make some saves.
Yeah, it was crazy. And of course, joining our new panelists is one from the old. It is, of course, Colby, who I believe predicted 4-1, but to Silly Billy. So you maintain your 100% prediction rate, Colby, which is all we really care about on this desk, right?
Yeah, that's all I care about. I just care about holding my predictions, because I did really bad last weekend. I did absolutely awful, and I'm just trying to bounce back. So.
Hey, you're bouncing back, all right? It's all good. Now, there was only one person who did get the perfect prediction, and he is in the VC with us. It is, of course, Mel, but, we won't shine too much of a light on that, because we have a new game to watch, and that is Pirates on a Bot versus Pips. A very, very close game. Seed 4 versus Seed 5 Somber. There's a lot between these two teams to be excited about.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 great squads. I believe that this is also a rematch, right? Yeah, Poab versus Pips played semis last weekend. Things didn't go the way of Pips, but they are a squad that is one of the highest ceilings in this whole thing. I think that it's just finding a way to mesh 3-star players, which is a very tough task. And we may see... We saw Poab, they have a full roster with 2 subs. So we may see Thule and Woozy play in this game if Knight and Lev aren't available. And that can mean some big things if they are not able to have their full strength roster, because we have not seen this team play with a sub. We, of course, saw them with Woozy. They had great results. Their computer blew up and their state just had no power. But that's besides the point. This team, I think that it's going to be another competitive series. I think that Pips, they took that loss in stride and were able to come back, learn from their mistakes, and kind of find some cohesion now going into this first round of the major.
Yeah, absolutely. And Beaver, we do have Pips of Resonal, Fast, and Pigeon taking on Pirates on a Bot of Knight, Peps, and Lev. Although, as Somber just mentioned, there may be substitutes at play. Woozy and Thule, great players in their own right. But looking at these 2 teams on paper, Beaver, this should be a very, very tight close game.
It should be a close game, for sure. Especially, obviously, as Somber said, we have the rematch. We saw this in Regional 3. Both teams are in the semifinals. Pirates able to come through with a 4-1 victory in that series. But, it's kind of the redemption arc, I guess you can say, for Pips. Pips, they were MIA in Regional 1. And it's not MIA in the sense that they didn't play. They just didn't make it. And for Resinal, Fast, and Pigeon, players who, especially us on the backside, other players, the casters, hosts, and stuff like that, were like, where did they go? Like, because they should be here, probably in that top 16, and they just weren't. So they came off of in Regional 2, they got 12 points, meaning they finished in second place. Of course, they finished 3-4 in Regional 2, but going up against this Pirates on a Bot squad, which, again, they had lightning strike the state of Texas, so they got taken down Regional 1. They took off Regional 2. They didn't even play. They weren't even around, and then able to come through in Regional 3. The points, they look about the same. They just edged them out, 34 Spate points versus 33 Spate points, but man, coming off that win, I mean, you can't have more momentum than Pirates on a Bot has right now.
No, and I think that's something that I do want to bring up as I switch to Colby right now. 34 points versus 33 points, ranking 4 versus ranking 5. Everything about these two teams is saying this is going to be close, this is going to be close, but I know that Pirates on a Bot are one of your favorite teams. They are your favorite teams to make it to that grand final. And what do you think it is that gives this Pirates on a Bot team the edge over Pips in this particular matchup?
I mean, you got to start off with Knight and Lev. They've played for so long. Everybody knows them too. They've always found a third or just played stride together. Every tournament they have played together, and that's the key of this. That's what's giving them the edge, and also the win from last weekend. It's given them a lot of hope and a lot of confidence and a lot of momentum. So I think that, and just Heps, if he's playing, them 3 last weekend was great, and if they can just pull that off again, I don't see anybody stopping them.
Very interesting. Well, do any of the rest of our panel, because we are going to find out the predictions from each of our panelists right now. So, Somber, first up, as the nearest to my left, give me a series prediction: Pips versus Pirates on a Bot.
I think just because of potential roster uncertainty with Poab, I mean, gotta respect the team that they have on paper, but we don't know what's going to be on the pitch. Pips, we've seen them almost take down Silly Billies in a reverse sweep of all things. They've shown poise at times. They have the ice when needed. They've had their lows, but this is a team with a lot of results behind them to really, earn the recognition they've gained. They're gonna have to make the demon run, but I think that Pips take this in 7.
All 7 games, Pips just pip. Pirates on a Bot. Beaver, do you agree?
I do not. I don't particularly think it matters what combination of people that Pirates on a Bot have. It's just so hard to deny that combination of Knight and Lev. I don't give it the full sweep. We're gonna go the gentleman's route. I think we're going 4-1 with Pirate.
Well, we know who Colby believes is going to win this game, but in how many?
So, is Knight is playing, right? Knight and Lev are playing, correct?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Yeah, I would like to say I believe so, but I'm not 100%.
And I'm pretty sure Pigeon is not playing either in Resinal. Correct?
Okay.
I do not know of a sub on that roster, so if they
I don't have a
aren't
sub there either.
Yeah, so if they're not playing, then this would be a very tough match for them.
1v3.
I could have sworn they weren't.
Actually, the Pips roster has been updated to include 2 subs.
Mm-hmm.
It's Azapatos and Wiz.
Oh,
taking
still,
hold on.
Give me that.
So that's what I was thinking, because if it's that roster versus Heps, Wizzy, and Thule, I mean, it's hard not to go Pips, right? I mean, seriously, Thule's great. Know how he plays. Heps, he's great, but Fast. I mean, he's amazing. He's a great player, and the other two, I've heard some really insane things about. So that being said, if Knight and Lev are there with Hebs, they will win in 5. If not, I see the other way around. I see Pips in 5. So that's just it for me.
So I
either
have
way,
got
Colby's
confirmation.
saying 5. Regardless of what
He's
happens,
saying-
5 games.
Yes.
5 games.
Fair.
And Poab regular roster is what we're seeing in the chat. Sorry, cut Rhino down.
That's correct. Yeah.
So it is
but-
correct. So it is the
So it's
regular
Knight,
roster.
Peps, Lev. Yeah.
Oh shoot!
But they will
Yeah,
be
I got them
playing
in 5.
Fast, Azapatos, and Wiz.
Yeah, I
I
got
mean,
them in 5.
Zapatos is a crazy pickup though. I mean, Mr. Franco
insane.
of San Diego State, by the way, congratulations.
Yeah,
Getting
big
signed to
signing.
San Diego State. So great
Shout
for him to get going in that CRL circuit as well. That's gonna be some respect. You got to get on that squad as well. And with the addition of Wiz on top of that roster too. I mean, I'm still keeping my pick. Don't get me wrong. I still think it's 5, but though that's not like some you're picking up some, you're picking on me or something. You're your neighborhood champ 2 coming in there and saying, hey, we're gonna get in there. It's a great squad. That's still a really good squad.
Yeah. Also got to keep in mind, Zap was on that Lotus 8 squad with Lev and Knight, so has some insider knowledge into how they like to play. So maybe that will be a big up for Pips going into this matchup.
Yeah. Well, there is a lot at play in this game and a lot that maybe we weren't particularly ready for, but doesn't matter how ready we are because the game is getting underway. Who will go through to the semi-finals tomorrow to face Silly Billies? It will be either Pips or Pirates on a bot. And it is, of course, your casters of Melakheim and Jay to take you through it. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spate Esports Championship Series Major 1 quarterfinals. Tonight, we witness an electrifying clash between 2 titans of the Spate Esports season. On one side, we have the currently unstoppable and unbeaten Pirates on a bot, the reigning champions who dominated the last event and swept the last event once again. They're actually one of the favorites to win the entire major. Facing them are Pips, who, despite a 4-1 loss to them in last semifinals, they are going to come in and try and upset. So, ladies and gentlemen, prepare for a showdown of epic proportions as these 2 powerhouses battle it out for glory and supremacy. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your Spate Esports quarterfinal number 2. So let it ready up and let's roll, Jay.
Let's see what we can do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mel. I think we have 3 subs on the field. So we talked about that previous matchup, but at what point does it mean nothing? You have the grandfather's axe paradox where you replace the axe head, you replace the handle. Now there's nothing left of the original axe. So is it really the same? No one knows. And we'll see. A best of 7 will let us get a little bit of insight as that one's almost going to go in. Into that orange net to start. Pirates on a bot looking to get started. Doesn't matter who they're playing against. They're going to play their game. They're going to try and bring something out here, and they're going to try and find something early, but they're going to have to work a little harder than that.
Here's Wiz around the corner trying to make something happen. As you do mention that last regional, Pirates on about won with their sub Heps Kid. Their starter is Woozy, but last week they had to input Heps Kid as a sub. Now they do technically have their starter, but I guess to us being shown, there wasn't a starter. Fast shot saved on the goal line by Woozy. We stay at 0-0.
That ball was in the net. You can't convince me otherwise. I don't know how that one's out of the net. I was like, okay, we're up 1-0. That's a good start. First minute, first goal. We're getting started pretty fast, and all of a sudden, they're still playing Rocket League for some reason, and the ball's not in the back of the net. That one might be, though. The net's clear. AZAP gets the first pickup. The net was wide open, and we're going to have to see what happened here.
Oh, yeah, this one pops back out off the car of Woozy as Zapato's just there in time. No one back as a third man. Knight a grabbing boost, but couldn't do anything about that. This roster and Pips with the 2 subs. Obviously, they had 2 subs because Reginald and Pigeon couldn't play today. But these 2 subs are some of the best bubble team players in the North American Rocket League community. And Zapatos, one of the best ones players in North America, and Wiz, who has consistently been at the top of the bubble scene. This is open for Lev, though. The bump is denied. Wiz stays composed on the goal line.
It was almost that follow-up there, but just slid right under the ball. Couldn't get the second touch, so it just had to linger on the goal line painfully as Pirates on a bot had to watch. Pips able to clear that one out. Lev flip reset down. Double commit, though. Was he? He's going to be up in the air. Drop down. That one's going to go through. 2 players in net, but they just didn't have the boost to stop it.
Yeah, the double commit coming out by Fast and Zapatos, both on no boost, neither of them composed. Wizzy drops it down, the only place with the 2 in the goal, where Wiz and Fast couldn't get it, the bottom right corner. And that was a great start for Pips as well, to get back in it, but to start off really strong. But Pirates and Abot, who are arguably the favorites to win the event, if not, they are the top 2 seed right now going into this. So we'll have to see which kind of pounds out in their favor. Look at Zapatos trying to get past one. Wizzy in the corner with Wiz continuing to make an impact on the play. Fast the first touch. Very light. Wiz with an open net. Can Wizzy get back in time? The flick on the top of the post as Zapatos tries to clean it up.
You hate to see that. The good 1v1 setup. The flick just a little bit too high. Placed well, but just a little bit off the mark. AZAP looking to bring this one back in. Met by Lev. That one's going to bounce to the midfield. Fast first. Was he on a pre-jump? Meets in the air. Lev carrying that one out. Wiz waiting for it. Ball just lingering in the midfield more or less for the time being. Finally, we see Knight able to break that one through. Was he follow up? Pick up on the goal line of Pips is going to maybe be an opening of defense, but holding the line on the side of Pips. We haven't really seen a lot of too threatening shots after that flick, I would say. It's very back and forth. Wiz looking to do something, but it just can't find its way into the back, and we stay tied up here.
Yeah, and you know what? It's the levels of defense coming in by Pirates on a bot. Again, as the save came in from Lev, he was tracking back behind the play, sneaking his way in to get the save there, to keep his teammate, at the very least, a little bit more safe than it looked to be. This one stalls in the midfield. Zapatos fakes around one. The 2-1 play is going at it. Zapatos and Naya. Wiz trying to 50 it down low. Wins the 50. Can't get as far as he wanted to. Wizzy has Lev in the midfield. Lev goes. He shoots. Does it break through? I thought there was someone back, but it was a little bit more complicated than it needed to be. So it gets banged back into the blue half.
It's about 60 seconds left here. Wiz puts that ball mid, can't find it. Naya could connect with Wuzzy here. The 1-2-1-3. We're just throwing numbers in there at this point, but doesn't find the back of the net. Still in the box of Pips, though. Wiz passed with getting that one out. Not a lot of boost, though. Gets it under Knight. Demo pickup by Fast, who looks bloodthirsty at this point. ASAP could call off Wiz. That is horrifying. Gets the ball away from the box, but almost right to the back of the net. That one's going to just float through. Fast pick up. Intercepted. Lev. Pass to Wuzzy. That one's going to sneak through, actually, and it feels like 10 people flew past that ball before it went into the back of the net.
Yeah, and it came from that sustained pressure. Great call by Wuzzy to get Lev to pass the ball down to him. Top right corner. You want to know something? Pass the ball. It works. And the person that's watching, you know who I'm talking to. Pass the ball. Well, so off the kickoff again. It's a great pass. It's a great shot. And again, with the bump, it helps the defense. Does Fast get back down to this? He does. Lev, not the best touch from him. Zapatos into the midfield one. This goes Fast down to Zap. Zap has Wiz. Wiz, the shot wide. Wuzzy, what can he do? Around Fast? Not just yet. Wuzzy, it's down on the ground. Not yet gets past Zapatos. And Paratona bot deny what was an almighty scare in the beginning of game one.
And I guess that game one is probably what you would expect here. You see Pirates on a bot. They've been playing in these tournaments for a while. They have a general idea of what's going on. Pips, you could just at this point you could just call it a ragtag team of gamers looking to make a stand in a tournament. And I mean, they showed up. Don't get me wrong; they're not just three random players. They're three fantastic players who showed that they're here for a reason. But you see the synergy from Pirates on a Bot really taking them that next step, and that's something that if Pips want to compete in this kind of matchup, they need to start finding that synergy themselves. They need to get that additional person involved. The one skill is great, but it can't take you the entire way.
Yeah, and most of these players are ones players. Like, you look at the lineups here. Wiz, Zapatos, Naya, Wuzzy, these are all ones players. Like, we've got like five out of the 6 players in this lobby are ones players. And some of the best in North America at that. And all of these players have all, I think, except for maybe Fast and Zapatos, I think all these play. Oh, well, maybe except for Lev and Zapatos, I think I've made a top 16. So in RLCS, so this is very competitive, which obviously heightens the potential for the semifinal tomorrow, which is like, we got these two teams so early on the same side of the bracket. This is a semifinal, let alone a grand final matchup that's going on right now. But unfortunately, this is a quarterfinal matchup, so we'll have to see who can power through, and whoever doesn't power through, it's going to be very disappointing with the top 8 finish.
That's the hard thing about these single limb brackets, is that all of these teams basically deserve a spot in the grand finals. They're all so good, but some teams have to lose, and that's just the nature of it. So we can't just see all the players that we love to watch make it to the grand finals, because there can only be 2, and at some point teams are going to get eliminated, and that's something that is just the unfortunate truth of it. And both of these teams, they don't want to be the one to get eliminated. They want to move on to that next matchup. They want to move on to play Silly Billies, because that's kind of your star matchup. If you can beat Silly Billies, then I mean you're locked in.
And I'm sure Pirates and the Bot obviously are confident enough to beat Silly Billies, and Pips having got to Game 7 or overtime, a very long one at that, with Silly Billies. I'm sure that they are confident in their capabilities as well to beat Silly Billies. Even if they're playing with this roster tomorrow or the regular roster tomorrow, should they make it to tomorrow, it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, the bump coming in from Fast. The shot by Zapatos is in! 1-0!
It's a good follow-up there. You see this heroic effort from Fast, picks up the pump on Naya, tries to go for Wuzzy too. I don't think I've ever seen that before, a double bump in the air. But we almost witnessed it here. AZAP just has to come in, clean it up, does so flawlessly. And just like game number 1, we see the early lead pickup from Pips. And if you're Pirates on a Bot, you've been in this situation before, no problem at all. If you're Pips, well, you've been in this situation before, and you know what happens if you let this ride. So I think Pips, they need to stay locked in here. They need to keep that pressure that they made right before that goal, and they want to pick up a second here.
Yeah, not yet right there. He's a person that's going to start to open up space for Pirates and the Bot to get through those holes, get downfield, start playing aggressive. He's like the apparently jack of a team. He can do anything, including slot the ball perfectly top right. Yeah,
you kind of spoke Naya into existence here, just saying, oh yeah, Naya can do this, Naya can do that. Naya is the player to watch. Okay, sure. Naya has stream pulled up, I suppose, ties it right up, top shelf, and now we're tied up here. And that lead that Pips had to work so hard for, that first goal, they got to put on so much pressure, get so creative with their plays. Naya's just going to rip one top shelf, and all of a sudden, your lead that you worked so hard for, it's gone. Now we're tied back up. Fast pickup in the midfield. Low boost. Going for a little stuff there, but lingers to the side, and AZAP is going to get a pickup in the corner. Reset. We see the comp clip hitter that AZAP has over time turned into coming out there, but nothing to come of it this time.
Yeah, and before I was so rudely interrupted, I was saying he's the leader of the team. He can do anything. He can take any role on the team. He's a very humble person. He will tell you what to do in the comms. Like I said, I compared him to apparently Jack or Reddles out there, as he can do so many things. He may be this goal scorer today. Lev gets the bump. Not enough. Naya's the leader. Lev is probably the most mechanical on the team. He's a person to just be the star player, make the plays when they're needed. If they're down by 1 with 5 seconds to go, he's the person to tie the game up. Not yet trying to go for a bump. He can't do much. And he's a person that can quite literally do anything whenever he needs to. He could also fit into a very specific role. Great defensive clear there again off the backboard. Naya control. Flick past one. Zapatos in the corner backwards. Had to take that 50. Maybe something else again. Oh, Naya is going to have an eternity to handle this. And how does he handle it? Not too well. It gets bumped off the backboard. Woozy throws it away. As fast goes up, he needs some help. But Woozy on the back line, getting a demo on Zapatos, who opens up space for now. But can someone beat out Naya here? No one can. And they remain composed.
See the ball deep in the Pirates on a bot side. Azap wants to keep it that way. All of the efforts to get it cleared out. That shot's a ripper cross net, a broad strike, but that one is going to get taken out. Now Azap pick up on the side, met by Knight, fast, trying to lurk on the wall for it. Maybe go for a pass back to Wiz, gets left. Was he full boost? Potential. Wiz picking that one up out of the Pips corner. Lofted shot towards that Pirates on a bot net. Azap trying to keep it relevant. Wow. These teams are going back and forth faster than I can keep up with them. The ball is now back in the Pips side. We're just going back and forth here.
In the last transmission, we received the ball was in the blue half. The next one, the ball was in the corner of the orange half. What is going on? Oh, is that a mistake? No, it's not. Wiz on target, not fast enough to beat Woozy. Lev also was on the back line. Lev has to get a touch. Fast. Can he get something here? It's awkward for Naya. He gets back in time, though. Zapatos doesn't make contact. Has Wiz. Wiz has a player on the back line. Who's that player? It's Fast. Who's trying to play Fast? Over the top of one. Was he the touch? No, touch required, but not exactly the way that he wanted it to be. Now Wizzy. Wiz to Zapatos for the net. He hits the post. Are you joking me?
We're seeing so many close bumping opportunities from Pips. They want to get that bump to connect the goal, but it's not happening. Final chance. Lev's going to creep that one in out of nowhere. Thought it was a little too high. Guess not. All the boost out of the tank and 7 seconds left. Pirates on a bot. They're going to take the lead. Lev smashing that one into the bar.
Yeah, what did I say? Who's a playmaker when you got to score with like less than 10 seconds remaining? That person is Lev. Look at him go. The doomsy dish bypassing a player. But now heroics are needed. Zapatos off the backboard. Wiz to Fast. Denied by Naya. Now Zapatos with no boost has to keep it up. It goes on the backboard again. Wizzy can't reach it. No boost. Zapatos needs to make a play on the ball. Wiz can he get there? He can, but he can't make a good enough play to keep it on off the ground. And Pirates on a bot 2 wins away from the semifinals.
Wiz didn't have a lot of boost to try and play with that one at the end, so that one went straight to the ground. Are we seeing 3 car changes here? I'm a little confused. Three players left the lobby here.
Makes sense. If it was is Lev one of them, yeah, it's definitely a car change because this guy changes his car like every lobby, bro.
Even after scoring the game winner, just get a car change in, I guess.
It doesn't matter, bro. He needs a different preset every single lobby, bro. It's like tuned into doing it during comp matches. Has to do it through tournaments too. It doesn't matter if it's Frost, if it's Spate, if it's the Don Charlie tournament, the Flyboy. It doesn't matter if it's Stride. He changes his car. He's playing RLCS calls to change his car. Tell me how it makes sense. I mean, it works. So
I guess it does work. It seems like Pips is calling a timeout here, so we will kind of let that ride. You'll get to see us for a little bit more, and I guess Mel, what do you? So we know that Pirates on a bot, they're doing what we want them to do for the sake of competition. They're playing their game, which is what you want to see. On the side of Pips, they're falling just a little bit behind. They're keeping it really close. They're keeping it really competitive. But what do you think would help them push into maybe starting to get those game pickups overall?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they're dropping these really late and they cannot convert on any of their attempts. Oh my goodness. It hurts my heart. It hurts my heart so much to see all their hard work on offense, every single thing hits the post, and they're getting good setups as well. They're defending really well, and they're handling the midfield with conviction. All of their challenges are very solid. They're, I guess, needed as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys handle what they want to change. And if they have a coach, which they probably do, I want to see what happens in the next game compared to this one. But definitely the pace of play has to be changed, I think, and how much they're controlling the ball, because they're trying to find each other with the passes. They're trying to connect with the passes, but it's not working. So maybe control the ball a little bit more. Maybe try to find each other, but air dribble over the top of one, get the air dribble bumps to lead off of the teammates. that's something that could possibly work as well.
Seems like a lot of what we've seen out of Pips is just cleanup opportunities. We see someone going for a solo play, and then there is an opening, and someone's able to come in and clean it up. A lot of the passes that we're seeing are actually deep in the midfield. It doesn't seem like we're seeing as many quality passes in the box where you want to put your lethal shots on. That's where you want to rip a shot top shelf, as Natya has showed us how effective that can be. If you're right up on the net, you put it right under the bar, it's probably going in. And in order to do that, you need a good pass or a good setup for that. And Pips, that's what I want to see out of them. I want to see them take those good midfield passes that they're using to get around Pirates on a bot. I want to see them take them a little bit deeper, maybe get it in. Azap, okay, well, I guess you don't have to just pass the ball. Just clean it up again, and you have the lead. And all of a sudden, the storyline that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, well, here we are, Game number 3. Exact same story.
Well then, they scored first the last 3 games in a row. Including this one, obviously.
Azap specifically has scored the last 3 games.
Bro, maybe it's just the map, because we've been on Manfield Night 3 games in a row. Maybe it's the map that's not working for them. We'll have to see. We'll get the map changes next time. I have to reset the lobby because our match admin is dying, apparently. Like, he's literally dying. So we'll have to fix. I didn't know that until right now. So we'll have to we'll have to get the server reset next map. Either way, it does not matter. It's a good start. Was he double tap? Okay. He's trying to make a comeback. Obviously, they're down, but they're trying to get right back in at this moment.
They're down, but, you know, you're down with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left of the game, which is basically all of it. So there's no need to feel any pressure. You want to have it in the back of your mind, obviously, as Rocket League players know. You kind of do have to score to win, but you don't have to do it that second, as Lev just tried to do it that second, but got shut down. Wiz chipped it towards the net. Lev has to race back, and now Fast tasked with putting that one back mid. Azap wanted a little bit more heat on that pass, so had to cut in a bit further than expected. So, as you can imagine, not completed. Wuzzy gets that one forward. Knight picks up a demo. Where's the center, though? It comes from Lev. Knight lurking. Fast. Dangerous leave there. Leaves it for Wiz. It's Knight trying to stay relevant on that one, just living on the backboard. Wuzzy towards middle, but it gets shut down, and right now we see the ball just stuck in the corner. Wiz finally able to get it out.
Here's Natya. Has to control it after that long time. Very solid play. Everyone makes fun of him for barely knowing how to do a reset. That was another one there. That was a very scuffed reset by Natya. The backboard again. Maybe he's got a chance of redemption here. Can he get a reset this time?
Another reset?
Not at all. Not whatsoever. Okay, Lev, show him how it's done. Reset. Oh, he can't get it fast enough. Was it control? Into challenge by Wiz. Now you has to turn. He puts it into the left corner. Zapatos has some help. Actually, none whatsoever. Here comes Wiz. Has to take it away right from Wuzzy. But the demo by Naya opens up space, but Fast does not want to be beat whatsoever.
Worth mentioning that Wuzzy also got involved and got a flip reset in that little exchange there. So everyone on Pirates on a bot just trying to benchmark their capabilities. Azap on target, and for the first time we see a 2-goal lead. Azap gets another pickup. Now Pirates on a bot. They're in a bit of a different situation here.
Yeah, Wuzzy, I feel like may have had a little bit more time to, maybe a nanosecond longer, and he actually would have got around the ball to get the save there. Either way, it is 2-0 now for the first time, and we'll see the team who has not been able to hold the lead whatsoever. Can they hold the lead? Wuzzy can't make contact with the double tap. Natya into Wuz. Now Fast, trying to make something happen. Lev, the double tap off his own backboard to Natya, who's got Wuzzy in the middle of the field. Natya wants to go by himself, trying to force something high. Off the backboard, straight down for Wuzzy!
That's a tough defensive situation there. You're also rotating back to the net. It's dropping straight off the backboard. Wiz didn't have a ton of boosts, and Wuzzy was just flying through the air. You just have to jump and try, and unfortunately in that situation, it's going to get slammed into the back of the net, and there's almost nothing you can do about it except for move on. And that's, we see a lot of demo pickups. There's a lot of aggression. Maybe they're not moving on just yet. Wiz picks up a demo, potentially a little angry about not being able to get that ball out of the net.
Yeah, and again, You see right off the kickoff, everything's been slowed down. You see the momentum is slightly shifted. Fast, can he make something work? Zapato so high up. Oh my goodness, that shot was actually fired. But he couldn't quite get it. The follow-up hits the post. Wait a second, they're just not destined to win. It's an opportunity for a counterattack. Lev into the middle. Woozy, shot. Can you believe this? Do you believe your eyes? It's happened again.
That's a great setup here from Pirates on a bot. They get everyone involved. Wiz feeling pressure to pre-jump because when you see everyone flying in the air like that, you know something amazing is about to happen. Ideally, maybe unless Knight is going for a flip reset. But I will say I've seen some good ones from him. So not just gonna throw straight shade and leave. Hey, okay, he has hit some. You know, he's not completely out of it. But we'll see here. Back on defense for Pips. They lost their 2-goal lead. They're trying to get it back. Fast is going to be the one to do so. Gets a carry out. Lev puts it out. Dangerous, but Fast doesn't have any boost at all to follow it up. Was the shot towards the net. Wiz picks it up. Knight follow-up shot. That one's going to get saved. And now Pips, they're just playing damage control right now. They're trying to find their footing again.
Yeah, now in a 1v1 situation, they've completely got countered. The playstyle change has come out. They're playing much more aggressive, but also deep. This roster in Pirates on a bot. Woozy to the corner. There's nobody there. Fast, no boost, bangs it downfield. Lev, he's got time. He's got Woozy on the right wall, who pre-jumps off the ceiling. He's got Lev downfield. He's got help as well. Naya had to react quickly. Now again, he goes up for the second opportunity. Woozy has to go by himself. Can he do it by himself? But he can't. Great defensive work. Wiz downfield. Can he get the dunk? He can't. Naya has Lev, but Lev can't get a play on the ball. Naya trying to make something happen. Zapatos gets beat. An opportunity for Lev. Does it happen again? Does it happen? Not just yet. It's still up for Naya, who's got some help in the middle. Wiz puts it into the ground. Our first overtime in the series.
Okay, we find ourselves in a bit of a different situation here over time. Haven't seen this one quite yet, so can't exactly predict what will happen. But AZAP, we know that you could technically call overtime the start of a new regulation, and AZAP scoring quickly wouldn't be anything new as Pirates on a bot getting that push down. AZAP picks it up on the right side, full boost tank, but met very quickly. Was he gonna be the first one in the air? Drop down to Knight, rips it, fast floor pinch, gets it out. First 30 seconds of overtime, it was slow, but then it ramped up here.
Oh my goodness. What a save to keep them in it. Faster was the reset over the top of one. Naya has to get a touch. Is there anybody up? There's nobody to go. No boost on the side of Pips. Now Zapatos bangs it high. Lev can't get the touch. Where's up the ceiling? The second touch, not there. Fast plays it high, just trying to make them as awkward as possible. Was he handles it pretty well. Wiz has to see what he can do. Can he get the bump? He does, to give Fast just a little bit more time on the ball. Fast can't do too much with this. He doesn't want to overcomplicate things. Lev off the ceiling has Wizzy for the net. Oh, he hits the post. Are you joking?
You see 75 seconds pass of overtime, nothing to show of it from either side except for some phenomenal saves. AZAP going for a pre-flip there, didn't have enough boost to do much more. Wiz gets a good 50 in the midfield, picked up by AZAP, sneaks behind Knight, but Wuzzy shot towards the net. Fast, just gonna chip it to the side, follow up, gets it off the ceiling. Knight, quick shot. Lev sneaking up from the backboard, looking for something, can't find it, but I'm curious what the goal was there. AZAP launches it down, has Wiz, but can't make it happen. Lev, big chip out, follow up from Wuzzy, gets the reset.
Wait
Fast,
a second.
clears it back down. Wiz can't find the touch. Knight off of his own post, floating in the midfield. AZAP looking to push it towards that Pirates on a bot box, but as you mentioned, we're just kind of playing close ball right now. No one's really got any boost to make that big play. That one might go in, but Wuzzy, who did find some boost, put that one away.
Is Fast. And again challenged by Lev. Here we go again. Woozy. Downfield Zapatos, last man. Naya turns, shoots, denied by Wiz, who has been so good as third man. Oh, what a fake by Lev. Woozy plays it high, but Zapato's read it the entire way. Now fast, trying to go off the backboard, but the double doesn't go in his favor. Something's gotta happen. They're not playing aggressive. If they just wipe a person off the goal line, they could open up some space. But once again, the only person being physical is Zapatos, and a lot of the time, he's second man. So he always can't do things. He always can't get involved in the play from that position. Here's Zapatos around the corner. This time as first. Here's Fast. Next person to go. Here is Wiz, who plays it high. He leaves it for Zapatos, who goes for a goal. Finally, they get on the board. They don't drop a lead. Pips take a game.
3 minutes of overtime to find that third goal. Azap just chips that one right towards the net. It wasn't in an unsavable spot, I will say. That was very savable, but the issue is that the ball was just going so fast towards the net that it doesn't matter if it's right above you. You have to react in milliseconds, which is just not something that these players can always do for, especially in this game, 8 minutes.
That was your time to reset if you're Pirates on a bot, but actually, alrighty. Yeah, okay, sorry. We're gonna have a server reset.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what the problem is here. What's going on exactly? But Jay, can you just
Yeah. I was
please?
gonna say, let me take over for you. So the interesting stat that I think I'm correct at this point for Pips, Azap has scored every single goal for Pips, and we are through 3 games right now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing by any means, but it kind of raises the question of why. Why is Azap the one that's always there to strike? And maybe that's just the dynamic where Azap is just always in that position, and that's just the rotation of Pips, because with this new roster of Pips, I say new roster, 2 subs right now, they are just kind of winging it here. They're just going for whatever they can, and I don't know how much time they had to prepare together. If they did any preparation together, they might just have put 3 names down on a spreadsheet and said, all right, we're playing a tournament today. So it's interesting to see how this Pips team is playing out here, and it's making me wonder what's going on behind the scenes for Pips. Are they I just don't know what their process is. Obviously, you go down 0-2. Surely you're talking about something. You're not playing here to lose. You want to win. You want to progress in this tournament. But eventually they have to find some balance of, okay, we know that we haven't played together, so let's not let that get our mentals down. But you're also here to win, and you have to start figuring out those niche areas of your team that are going to put you above and beyond and finally get you to break through that wall. Do we have any status updates?
I mean, we're getting the lobby set up, but
Okay.
What game is this? Game 4?
Game 4. We are in game 4. Trying to do the right map.
All right, yeah, well, the point, yo, the poor server admin, bro.
It was dying apparently.
Poor Gavin, because this kid always been going through too much, bro. It is, yo, unfortunately, now we have to, bro. Wait, what? Wait, what is going on here? What is going on here? I'm so discombobulated right now. Okay, so our regular match admin is having a dire problem at the moment, but the match is set up, so we could hopefully get back to the game in just mere seconds. I really hope so, but
we all do.
There. Okay, so okay, all right. So I'm getting told one of the players is currently experiencing a small technical issue. So what we're gonna do, really fast, is we're going to go to a very quick break, and then we're gonna come back with our match ridiculously in the quarterfinal. So we're gonna head to a break just for a couple minutes, and then we're gonna come back with the rest of Pips and Parrots on the Bot.
Feeling like I'm back man, riding like my last chance. This Gotham City, you could go and call him Batman. I run the night, saving hoes with the enemy. Louis Vuitton, could be a couple your utility. You see what time it is? It's time to buy the wall. Cause these fine ass girls keep from mighty fall. And these local ass ratchets just gotta have it. I call them rappers ass bouncing, cause all these carrots.
Despite all the server issues, we continue rolling here on the Spate Esports Championship Series. Once again, Pirates on a Bot and Pips. It's game 4. Pirates on a Bot took the first 2 in a row after Pips led the first 2 games in a row, dropped both within the last 30 seconds of the game. Game 2 at the 7-second mark. Last game, Pips had a 2-goal lead, got dropped by Pirates, who brought it into overtime, but Pirates on a Bot were able to take that overtime in just barely under 3 minutes, or rather, Pips were able to take that overtime rather in just under 3 minutes. So game 4 is technically 2-1, but Pirates, I feel like, still have some source of momentum because they cut down a 2-goal lead to bring it to overtime at the very least, as I've done 3 games in a row now to cut the lead and tie once again. But Pips win the game, give themselves a sense of hope.
Right, and picking up a 3-minute overtime win definitely helps your momentum, and that's something that Pips needed, because if you drop that game, then you have to get a best of 7 reverse sweep, which is just not something you can really ask of for anyone, really. That's 4 consecutive wins in a competitive environment. That's challenging. So them getting that pickup there, very crucial for their series life, for their mental. I do agree. I don't think that Pirates on a Bot, especially in the situation they're in, knowing their capabilities, they're going to let that get down on them too much. Obviously, they want to get the sweep and get out of here as soon as possible, but they're going to have to try and do it, but they're going to have to take a little bit longer as Pips get that pickup. And now game number 4, we'll see, are we going to see our first match point potential for this series, or are we going to see it all tie back up?
Yeah, Pirates on a Bot are continuing where they left off for the last 3 games in a row, and that is with their foot on the gas. Zapatos had fast, but Lev wasn't having any of those mind games from the ones player. Here comes again Zapatos trying to do it by himself. Naya, great stuff by him. Fast has to go up and react just to be safe. Now you're gonna try to figure out what he can do. He has the control. Naya trying to go the full way to Pogo, but he can't do it by himself.
This ball's still lingering in the Pips side, trying to break it out. They're tired of playing on defense. They want to start shining themselves. Fast gets that one out. Wiz trying to chase it. Doesn't have a lot of boost. That one's just rocketing towards the bar. Wiz, good pickup. Fast trying to get a follow-up off the backboard, but doesn't have a lot of boost. Wuzzy, full tank pickup, looking for Lev. Connection made. Azap is going to pick that one up off of the Pips crossbar. Now, another chip towards the net. Knight trying to get a follow-up. It does get pushed to the side. This ball just glued to the orange side right now. Lev trying to prevent Azap from getting it out. Can't get it. Pinch is going to go towards the net. Not quite in. Wuzzy, fantastic read off the backboard. Gets that one saved. And now this one's just going to be floating in the midfield until Knight gets a pickup. And that one is going to go into the back of the net. For the first time this series, we see Pirates on a bot score first.
Yeah, now Pips have the obligation, are obligated now on their end, the least, to find themselves back in the match. We'll have to see what ends up happening back off the kickoff. But again, this is such a close affair by these two teams. Then again, Pirates on a bot to strike first is going to be so much good for them in the mental game. Was pass one. Look at Naya just lurking around in the midfield, getting the dunk as well. And now putting Pips in a very awkward position. Lev plays it high. Maybe off the ceiling. The ceiling reset. Can't do much with that, with minimum boost to be worked with. And now Fast looking to get past Wuzzy on the wall.
Half of the game passed. Pirates on a bot holding that lead. Wuzzy, short little reset. Azap gonna shut that one down. Pushes it towards the mid. Gets the boost pickup. Bit of a double commit there for Pips. And Knight is going to be the one to take it away. Wuzzy, follow-up, has a lot of boost. Leaves it for Lev. Just going to rip the shot on net. Fast. Easy pickup. Not a lot of boost to get the follow-up, though. Does get some help from Wiz. That one, a good cut, but it's going to be first to Wuzzy. Puts it to the side. Fast. Off the wall, but can't get a 50. We need to see Pips break through. They're getting the ball down the pitch, but they're not just finding that X factor that's letting them strike.
Yeah, now here's Fast off the backboard, trying to make something happen. Wiz plays it to Zapatos. It drops down for Wiz. Here's Fast. It's saved by Wuzzy. They have tried and tried and tried every game and can't score. They have to go the full length. Wiz almost making it 1-0. This is absolutely ridiculous. Fast is awkward. The counterattacks come in the favor of Pirates, but Wiz downfield, the touch around one. Fast, can he get there? Yes, he can. Naya can deal with this very well, but he deals with it terribly. And it opens up space for Zapatos to get a shot through. Wiz, no boost. What can he do? He turns on the plate, tries to shoot it. The demo not gonna come out, and now the counterattack opportunity. Wuzzy, no boost. Zapatos, easy save.
Pips are doing so good to get this ball right in front of the Pirates on a bot net. They're earning these opportunities, but that last bit of the puzzle, the last piece, the follow through to the end is just not there at this point. They can't get that last touch, that last setup fast enough to get it past this defense. They're making these openings. They just need to be a little bit quicker to end it. Wiz is going to almost have that opportunity. It does get pushed away. Now Azap on defense. 37 seconds left. Not a lot of time to get this ball down where you want it, but a big clear will get it there as quick as possible. Wuzzy pick up for Pirates on a bot. Follow from Knight. Lev can't get the 1-2-3, so it's going to be picked up by Pips, and they're running out of time here.
Yeah, they are running out of time. Under 20 seconds to go. Wuzzy just hunting. Naya trying to go. 100 boost, had stolen it. Now they have to go the full length of the field if they can even get out of their own half. Here is Wuzzy controlling it, taking it away. Naya downfield. Zapatos trying to make something happen. The ball gets held up by Lev. Zapatos, the fake. Wuzzy doesn't buy it, but the dunk is going to end it. And Wuzzy puts Shots hit in the back of the net. One game away from the first major semifinal of the year for Pirates on a Bot.
And the 0-second goal was what was needed, but unfortunately needed on the other goal. Pirates on a Bot are going to take that game number 4 to put them 1 goal away, or 1 game away, potentially 1 goal away even, from taking that win. So now all eyes are on Pips if they weren't already. They have to win 3 consecutive, and this is the first game that they were completely quiet, so there are a lot of questions on the side of Pips as what is now their most crucial moment in this match. They're going into it with their quietest performance, which is not something that you want to see.
And in Game 4, they were able to generate a very reasonable amount of offense. However, it wasn't enough. The saves coming up by Pirates, oh my goodness, Lev and Naya, the deniers, and Woozy, the only save of the game he got was probably the best save of the game, the most crucial save of the game. The one where the ball was 50% in. They had a wide open shot on goal. I think it was Fast that almost put it through, and Woozy came in and got a save out of absolutely nowhere. The W's are messing me up here, but it is just absolutely clinical from these kids. Aquadome now could potentially spell another 4-1 win for Pirates on a Bot as they look for the end of this spectacular match.
We'll see what this next game has in store for us as players taking their time to get in, but they are loading in. Pips struggling above on land, but now we find ourselves underwater. Maybe this environment change will be enough to break the trends, get them something going in their favor. Is game number 5, everything on the line right now for Pips. They need to find something, and especially with the momentum that Pirates on a Bot have, they want to find it as soon as possible.
Yeah, they should, but not back into the middle, a little bit too heavy for Woozy's expectation. Fast, open net, can't quite get it, maybe. Oh, nope, he does. I'm tweaking out. I did not get the right angle. Ladies and gentlemen, the camera's selling. Fast scores, 1-0 for Pips.
16 seconds, and Fast is the one to score, and I really love to see that. Not just because Pips score, they need a score, they do it fast, they do that every game. Whatever. We see Fast score. It is not just AZAP scoring anymore. We see Fast getting involved on offense, and all it took was a little chip from the midfield, and that one's going to creep straight in, so maybe that is going to break the silence and be a good motivator specifically for Fast. Maybe that's what it takes, but I think we're going to need some motivators in other areas.
What is going on?
Huh.
Wiz? Well,
there's a lot to break down there. Good luck.
For that is not spectacular. That's not the spectacular stuff that we're hoping for. Wiz trying to make up for his mistake earlier on. Oh my goodness, Fast got past one. Lev in the corner. Wiz trying to do what he can. Zapatos has to rearrange his car because now he's got to defend this. Here he goes again. Lev into the midfield, trying to get the dunk. Couldn't quite get past Wiz. It's Fast. Downfield. Make something happen. Big demo early on. Fast. And the Greek American scores to take the lead.
And we saw so much physical aggression, too, to make this happen. The demo came out. 2 more bumps came out. That is every single player in blue for Pirates on a Bot getting bumped or demoed out of the net. There was no chance for that one to get saved. And like I said before, I'm going to make the same point, but change the direction slightly. Wiz was the one to score that. So now we see everyone officially getting involved on that last bit of offense, which is the point where I think Pips have struggled the most. They've been really good in the midfield, making those plays, setting them up, creating opportunities, but the finish is what's been the most difficult for them. And now that everyone's getting involved, I think that's going to help boost the confidence of everyone, even despite what happened before.
Yeah, it really should. We've got Naya, who's probably the most known player on Pirates on a Bot. He did make that top 16 back in Regional 2. And Zapatos, who's both of them 2 of the best ones, some of the best ones players in the entire region. Locked in a 1v1 right now. Rule 1. Yeah, they're chilled out. They have calmed down the atmosphere, which is palpable. It's not going to be broken until at the very least the ball hits the ground in 0 seconds or a team scores. More likely that team scores. Maybe it's fast. Who leaves it up for Wizzy? Wiz. Jesus Christ, these W's are absolutely scuffing me right now.
It's pretty challenging, especially because they both have Z's in them too. Just two
Yes,
such
they do. Oh my god.
two characters of the alphabet that are not very common. Yet here we are with two players that have
Lev.
4-letter names that have W's and Z's. It makes it challenging. Wuzzy, one of those players, is going to put that one into the back of the net. Our quiet little 2v2 here does find a conclusion. Lev with the flip reset fast, trying to get it cleared out. Couldn't get it cleared out safe enough. Wuzzy just has to come in, clean it up, does so, and just after the halfway point, we see ourselves tied right back up.
Yeah, and Lev did such a good job with that. Fast wants to boost, and he gets it, but he gets absolutely clobbered on the wall. Maybe Zapatos is going to have a little bit more luck, but no, he won't. He gets bumped out the way. So, once again, they start at point A, which is the midfield. Wuzzy, not yet the bumps. Wiz, trying to get around one. Zapatos can't get the touch. Not yet control! Shot, the post is his enemy! And he sends his own teammate shot coming out of the goal. Lev, denied. Wuzzy, can't put it on target. They just can't score!
What is happening here, Pirates? I mean, that's so many opportunities that could have been right in the back of the net. Surely, okay. I thought for a second Lev wasn't going to be able to get that, and somehow Pips were going to score off of that absolute chaos that was in the box, but I'm sure Pips very grateful for the assistance from their opponents to keep this game tied up, and now Pips, they're going to be looking to convert something themselves, maybe get it towards the net, hopefully not have the same outcome, maybe get something in their favor. Azap gets a demo pickup. Wuzzy keeping this one relevant for Pirates on a bot, even despite all the chaos. That has not really done any damage to their offensive mental. They are just keeping the shots and these sets piling on that backboard.
Yep, and now Zapato's trying to break through again. It's been really well, done really well to push this ball downfield and keep it in play. Wuzzy the counter, reset for Wuzzy, but Wiz remains composed. Lev, control. Zapatos with the save. Fast, bangs it downfield. He's gonna get the midfield boost and then pre-jump Naya. He does do that successfully. Wuzzy bangs it downfield. Wiz has to get a touch. That's not the one that he wanted. He now has to make a play on the ball here. He does that successfully. Fast, what can he do? In the corner, Naya waiting for someone to take over. That person is Lev. Wiz. Oh, he gone down, now goes back up. Oh, that is a great play by him. Naya, minimal boost to work with. Reset for Lev, trying to make something happen. The musty flick pass to what was going to be a recipient in Wuzzy, but now deleted from the field. But can they do it by themselves? Just the two of them. Fast, up in the air, plays it high, reset low. The control is going to stay up for the moment. Fast can't make a play at the ball. He could have had a play and forced the game, Neo Tokyo, but instead, Pirates on a bot, an opportunity to end it in 5.
One goal to decide if this series continues on or not, and that is going to be up to Pirates on a bot. If they can convert here, that's it. That's all you have to do. You're moving on to Sunday. GG's, but you do have to get that goal first, and that is a much easier said than done task. First 30 seconds of overtime. It's creeping towards that net. Knight tries to get it between the posts, but can't find that angle. Lev trying to take it up in the air, but gets bumped off. Knight on a follow-up met by Azap. This one now in the midfield. Wuzzy gonna put that one a little bit forward, but Wiz, who better to do it than the other W to shut that one down. The ball just floating in the corner. Lev, good pickup. 25 boost, fakes going high, goes for a low pass. Fast, waiting in silence to get that pickup, does so fast. Clear out, trying to find Wiz, but not a lot of boost right now for the side of Pips, so they're going to have to play conservative for a little while.
Yeah, but now on offense, what can they do? How far do they want to push up is a question. Zapatos decides to say not that far, but maybe make something on the pushback into the orange half. Bump on the backboard, but he needed to beat a player. Oh, is this awkward? Is there a follow-up? There is, but it gets denied. Lev plays it to the goal. It gets off the post. opportunities to end the series. They're going to have many more in this overtime. Believe that. But right now, with Pips going back for resources, going back for boost, there is a little bit of a stalemate. Wait a second. That demo opens up some space. This thing could be much more dangerous than we originally thought it could be with a minimal boost Pips. But Lev plays it back to Woozy, and that ends the sequence.
2 minutes of overtime, and yet again we see this overtime starting to travel some amount of distance. But we'll see how much distance it goes. Knight, flip reset. That's a risky one to see, as now Pirates on a bot, they're going to have to rush back. Woozy, first one up, does push it away. And now we see this ball still floating in the Pirates on a bot box, but no one from Pips wanting to challenge it. They're just wanting to play the reactive games, see what they do on the Pirates on a bot squad, and make a play based off of it. Floating, AZAP, good cross, but didn't really have anyone to receive it, so it's going to get picked up by the Pirates. Wiz, flip reset, puts it on target. That one's going to go through. 2.5 minutes. We talk about the resets on the side of Pirates on a bot, but Wiz wanting to get involved in that conversation. What a shot.
And there goes the Greek representative. Of course, he's Greek American. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to say Greek because that was spectacular. Greeks are known for showing off. And Lord, that was showing out. What a seal. Pushed it off the ceiling. Got the reset. Forced it to the right bottom corner. Pirates on a bot. We have a series. We, at the very least, go to Neo Tokyo.
Wow. We're back. And this game where we were very concerned going into turned into almost everything that we wanted to on the side of Pips. That's the bounce back that you need. They're down and out. They just got shut out. They're going into what could be the final game. And instead of just rolling over, giving up, they showed up. They showed that they're here for a reason. And they're not done just yet. They're locking in. We saw Wiz and Fast doing so much that game. AZAP, who had typically been the character on the side of Pips that we look at, that we talk about, the instigator in the midfield and also the cleanup crew to pick up those goals. AZAP didn't have to do that. And that's what you want to see. You don't want to see one person just taking on one role. You want to see everyone filling every role. And Wiz just showed up, and that's just great for them. And I want to see more of that. I want to see that continue here in this game number 6.
Yeah, game number 6. We'll have to see. Pirates on a bot. Can they close out the series on the second time of asking? Can Pirates on a bot close out the series on the second time of asking? First time we go to Neo Tokyo. Now the second time we go to Neo Tokyo today. The question is, do we extend to the most iconic field in Rocket League esports history?
We'll see if we end up there as this game gets underway. We're starting ourselves off on the Pip side. AZAP picks up a demo, trying to break out. Lev, good follow up to the own backboard of Pirates on a bot, trying to keep that away from the hands of anyone on Pips. Knight, no boost, just gets a light flick out. And now, Knight, potential pickup again. Can't quite get it over AZAP, but it's going to linger in the midfield. Lev, first one there. Double tap opportunity. Floating in the air. Slams it down, and you expect Lev to hit that. What a phenomenal shot.
Yeah, he's a playmaker on this roster, and there he is. He's a flashy one. He's going to be the one to make the plays. Again, the setup in the midfield off the backboard. Unchallenged up into the backboard. Got the double tap. Straight down. No one had a read on the ball. Now Pips. When they only started with a deficit once in the series, and they lost that one game. History has to change if they want to keep themselves in it. Pirates on a bot, they're too clinical to not come out on top when they're in the lead in a series, which they have come out on top every single time they've got the lead in the series. Opportunity for 2!
And that's just a good awareness play right there from Wuzzy. Getting that boost pickup, staying involved, being relevant, seeing the situation, knowing that there is a chance this ball just floats out in the midfield and someone needs to be there to clean it up because there will be no one left in the net at that point, and that is exactly how that played out. Now we see a 2-goal lead for Pirates on a bot. They want to close this out. They're tired of They're tired of all this Pips talk. You know, Pips, they need to do this, they need to do that. It's going to be hard for them to come back. Pips get a win. They're tired of that. They want to be the ones back in the spotlight, and picking up an early 2-goal lead, that's a great way to do it.
It is Zapatos reset. Try to leave it for Wiz to go for. Fast, not the touch that he wanted. Wiz around 2 into the midfield. Fast can go here. He has a shot. He scores. It's not over.
It seems like we're just getting the shootout right now. Just over a minute and a half, and Fast is just going to jump off of the corner, fly up in the air, save the flip, use that, sink it in, 70 miles an hour. Wow. Now we're back, and Pips, well, sorry, Pirates on a bot. I know that you wanted to be in the spotlight, but unfortunately you're going to have to share with Pips right now because they want a little bit of spotlight too, and they're showing that just because they're out in the, I want to say the biggest deficit they've been in, at least for a significant period of time. I know there's a 0-second goal in one of the earlier games. They're showing that, okay, biggest deficit, it doesn't really matter. We'll bring that one in. We'll reel it in, but
you can't
it's
make
real.
that mistake on the goal line.
It has been reeled in. I will say it. Lev tries to get a pick up there, but
What are we
Liz
doing?
is just gonna swoop that one, and wow, what was looking so good for Pirates on a bot, that it's gone.
It's a great.
Wow.
Oh shoot! Whoa, a banter in the quick shot. We'll make what it. Oh, can Liv get his get back? No, he not just yet. Zapatos, boost, bad bounce. Wiz bangs it downfield. Fast has a little bit of boost to go for this one. Zapatos, the second man here. He's gonna get beat by Lev. No, he's not actually. It's great. That's a great get by Zapatos. Not yet. Has Lev on the left wall. He's got Wizzy in the midfield. He wants to bump, but Wiz comes in and helps out. Is it open? He can't get it on target, though. That was a good opportunity to take the lead here. But then again, it's been really stalled out. Look at Lev. Not a lot of boost. Does he need any? Yes, he does, because he can't do much with that. Fast has to come out the goal. He needs to help out. That 50 doesn't go in his favor. Zapatos just decided to bull rush it, and I bounced into Naya's car and back in the favor of Woozy, who can make a play on the ball. Downfield for Lev. Lev to Naya, who's not there, and now they can try to rotate out if they can get the space to rotate out.
Knight, pass back to Lev, pick up from the Pirates corner, met in the midfield. Knight, all the boost to try and get that one over. Wiz puts that one towards the net. Wuzzy has to work to get that one into a safer spot. Fast, good follow-up, but can't quite get it centered. Every single player's in this corner right now, driving 1 mile an hour, but finally we see that breakout. Azap going to be the first one to pick it up, puts it towards the post. Wuzzy pushes it to the side. Azap gets a pickup. Knight, only one in net, but simple clear for him. Now Fast looking for Wiz. That one's going to be on target, and it sneaks under the defense. And wow, this is an offensive game.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Fast to keep the ball in play. First of all, it starts out when Zapatos makes a play, the ball rotates out his first man, gets a demo on one of the rotating out plays. Unbelievable. Then, of course, it came out for Fast, who was able to make a play on the ball, and then left it for, well, it doesn't really matter at the end of it. They scored. Wiz, he's the person to put in the back of the net, but what a play out by Fast to keep this game in their favor. They were 2-0 down, but Pirates on the bot, they have come back almost every single time. Well, actually, they have came back every single time, and at the very least forced overtime. Here we go now. Wiz in the corner, trying to make something happen here. Left to Naya for the goal. Wiz denied. Here we go, Woozy trying to, at the very least, rally this team to a overtime. Naya trying to do it by himself. He leaves it for Lev, and the Saudi Arabia ties the game.
30 seconds left, and the game finally gets tied up. Naya couldn't do it himself, but good thing about this game mode in Rocket League is that you do have teammates, and Lev is just going to come in, tap that one under the bar. 30 seconds left. It's down to the wire. Pirates on a bot. They do not want to play a game number 7. They want to end it here in 6, but Pips are doing everything they can to take it the distance and maybe get a pickup. Lev's going to put that one on target. A breakaway for Pirates, and now Pips they've been doing so good this entire game, but one little bump there from Lev in the follow-up is going to really, it's really hurting that momentum that Pips had.
It's come back to bite them in the butt, that toxicity earlier. And now they have to rally with under 20 seconds. Now about 10. Naya gets rid of one. They have to go for their major lives. Was he past one? Was he past two? Lev is next up. Fast has to handle. He's got Wiz, but the ball hits the ground. Who is it? It's Lev. And Pirates on a bot advance to the major semifinals.
That game, I think that was a good game to end it on. A very involved game. Everyone doing crazy things. A lot of goals coming back and forth. A lot of high action, high octane gameplay there. But Pirates on a bot were the ones to come out on top there. They were the ones that could hang in that situation. They could handle that pressure the most, handle the speed. And, well, they took it in 6. Pips, they were looking so good. And I'm glad that they were able to bring it back a little bit more in their favor. They did start very slow, we saw, but as that series went on, they just kept getting so much better and better.
Yeah, I mean, they got better and better and better. Oh my God. Only if it started out like that. Each goal game was a 1-goal game. But as my coach always says, the better teams always just find a way to win. And Pirates on a bot had the quality. So they do have the semifinal matchup with Silly Billies and T-Crow's led. Silly Billies, Darklight, Bora, tomorrow on this channel at 7 p.m. Eastern. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your semifinal. Great, maybe your grand final. I don't know. That is a grand final worthy matchup, and that is a matchup that we have not seen all split. These are the 2 best teams in the entire league going up against each other to see who can make the grand final here in the SCS Major. We'll see who can make the bottom half on the semifinal coming up right after this break.
smoking, they got rum in me cup. But the gals wind up on the dance floor. All the gals wind up on the dance floor.
Semi-final 1 has been decided as Silly Billies will meet Pirates on a bot tomorrow night. However, there is still another semi-final up for grabs with our next 2 games here on the Spate Esports Twitch channel for the Spate Championship Series. Of course, I am joined by my wonderful desk once again. You've seen them all over a time tonight, so I will not introduce them too much. It's Mel, Jay, and Beaver to talk to you about this next game coming up, which is No Idea versus Patty Formula. Melakheim, what a game this is on paper.
Oh my God. No Idea Patty Formula. That matchup is going to be absolutely supreme. I hope so, at least, because that's the team that has been really competitive the entire season. Missed out on a regional, I think, maybe 2 or 3. But Krabby Angel Dryden, that is one of the best rosters as well. That's definitely a top 8 roster. I'd probably rate them in my top 6 versus No Idea, who are contending to make the final with the we continue to talk about how the bottom half of the playoff bracket is completely free and open for anybody to take. These are 2 teams that can really make the grand final and possibly cause an upset. I personally have faith and No Idea causing an upset against Silly Billy's or Pirates on the Boat. But uh it's just about if they can beat Patty Formula, which has a play style that has the capability to beat a team like Scythe, Glowing, and Waves.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay, we're talking about No Idea here, who every regional that they've competed in, they've come second initially to Silly Billies in Regional 1 and then to Pirates on a Bot in that third regional. They weren't around in that second one, but contrasting to that, Paddy Formula have always been able to make it to that weekend spot. They just haven't really been able to get much further past that. They made top 8 twice, they made top 11 once, and so just unable to kind of break that barrier of getting to those kind of knockouts. Two very different routes to this position, but two teams that still feel like either team could really win the game.
Right, and it at this point, you know, you're making it to you're made it to the major. You're already here in the hard part, but you want to make it to major championship Sunday. That's where everyone wants to be. And
Sure.
it's going to be a make or break here. You know, No Idea. They could be in a situation where maybe they're nervous. Maybe they play a little worse. Patty Formula could be motivated. They know that they had to fight tooth and nail to get a chance to be here. They made it, and they want to push themselves a little bit harder, and they get confidence from the pressure. There are so many situations that can arise just from the scenario that we're in. So No Idea might be the favorites on paper, but we don't know what the mental looks like. We don't know what No Idea looks like for the major. We know what they look like for a regional. Same thing with Patty Formula. We know where they typically fall for the regionals, but we're in a completely new environment here, so that could easily switch this matchup up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it certainly could. Beaver, we have here the second seeds taking on the 7th seed. So kind of in theory, this is the second most rank disparity matchup other than what we saw earlier with Silly Billies and Little Birds. But that game still finished in 6. That was still a competitive series. There is so much talent here at the Spate Championship Series that literally any team can beat any other team on any given day, right?
Absolutely. And I think this is the series that could possibly be the upset. If there was one to go through. I mean, obviously, you know, we missed out on the Scythe squad with Waves, of course, on that, and Dryden in regional 1, right? But this is they came back with a vengeance, I guess you could say, into regional 2 and 3. There's possibly an upset alert for sure, and I think the players are definitely getting ready to go and getting ready to get fired up here.
Yeah, we always love a bit of an underdog story, an upset that could come in. Every single time there's kind of like a single elimination tournament, you always expect there to be one result that doesn't go the way that you expect. And so far, they've gone relatively the way we expect. So we will see if that continues. But Mel, I do just want to talk about that previous game because obviously you were on the cast along with Jay. And it was just an absolute slugfest between Pirates on a Bot and Pips. But I mean, to have over 13 demos per game in a series, I have never seen numbers like that in my entire life.
Oh yeah, I mean our statistician Jake, great props to him by the way. He came up and said 13.7 demos a game. That's 82 demos in 6 games. That is unbelievable. You talk about physicality. You see Zapatos over here clearing the goal line, rotating out of first man, getting bumps and demos on the back line. Naya could take any role that you could ask him to take, and he did really well with the role that he had in that matchup, and he came out firing as well, doing whatever he needed to do for his team to win. That was a really aggressive series, but it was also high level with the amount of aggression, the amount of demos that took place. 13.7. That's essentially 14 demos a game. That's ridiculous. With all that aggression, it was so hard for Pips to actually settle in and have the rotation, because every single time the side of Pirates in a Bot was always on the Pips half, rotating in to take the boost, being able to every single time they get kept on low boost, the demo they respawn on 33, their corner boost is taken because Nike decides to say, "Oh, I'm a boost muncher, so I want the boost," and so that's what happened the entire time. So they're on low boost, they can't make plays out of virtually zero boost, because this Pirates on the Bot team is clinical enough to stop every single attack that comes their way.
Yeah, for sure. Such an aggressive series, and hey, it was Pirates on a Bot who managed to win it out. Who will join Silly Billies and Pirates on a Bot in those semi-finals? We need to quickly get some predictions as we go down our line here. Give me a series score. Not too much because we do have to get into this next game. So just the score and maybe a one-liner explanation. Starting with Jay, Paddy Formula versus No Idea. Who you got?
I think I'm going to give it just I'm gonna give it to No Idea in 6, and I think the mental could easily swing this. So if Patty Formula win, I'm not gonna feel upset about being wrong. But I feel like No Idea, they have that chemistry, they have that history, they have they show their performance, and I think they're gonna bring it out here.
Awesome stuff. Beaver, coming to you next. Talk to me.
I'm gonna take Patty. I think Angel's gonna have a series.
And in how many games?
7.
Yeah, go the
Wow.
distance.
I love
Let's
that. I
go.
love that. I
Mel,
love that.
What do you say?
Scythe is my guy for No ID. Scythe is my guy. I managed him for months, maybe 6-7 months. We're good friends. I know what he's got on that team. I know his capabilities. I know what he can bring to a team. I know what Waves can bring to a team because Waves is a really good player and glowing. He's got to be the person to step up in this series if No Idea want to win. I'm going to go for No Idea. I'm gonna say No Idea also in 6 games, but wow, it can really swing. And just like Jay, if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna be upset because this is one of those swing series.
Your perfect record, though.
Yeah, it's up to Groves.
we'll be twinning. We'll be perfect together. Don't matter. We'll be
All
fine.
right, that's fine with me.
2 panelists for No Idea, 1 for Paddy Formula. But a very momentum-based series could lead to any result at the end of it. Paddy Formula taking on No Idea for a spot in that semi-finals tomorrow with your casters of Colby and Somber.
Somber, you muted.
Yep, that's indeed what I was. I was indeed muted, but thank you to the desk for the warm welcome and introduction. Some takes definitely were had. We got the 2 seed versus the number 7 seed. Ooh. So far in the tournament, it has been heavily favored to those upper seeds, but the lower seeds have been looking to make some noise. No Idea coming off of a grand finals appearance against Pirates on a Bot. Colby, they're going to be coming out hungry here in round 1.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think the desk got it right, though. I mean, I think this can go to distance. We saw Dryden make some insane goals. And I'm really pumped about this series. Maybe a shot on net, yes. Curry, though, is going to get it clear out. Somber, I could see a lot of things happening in this game. Paddy Formula, though, they're a team where they can just bounce and make plays. What do you think about this series?
You know, I think that I can definitely swing either way, but I got to give a little bit of momentum to No Idea. They've had to make some decent runs. They've had some, high highs, low lows, a little bit of inconsistency throughout Swisses here and there. But when it comes to playoff, the 2 that they've been in, they've made it grand finals. So they know how to really tighten up in clutch moments. And they know that the spotlight will never be too bright for them. They know that they can make those plays that they need to. And hopefully it's not too bright tonight here on the major stage. Speaking to Paddy Formula a bit, though, Dryden going into this one, looking throughout the whole major, Dryden I had as one of my top 5 difference maker players. If Dryden has a good series, they are going to keep Paddy Formula in this game, in this series, in the major, as long as they are uplifting their team. And so far, Dryden throughout the whole split has just been one of those key names as Bluey, the sub. Big moves coming out from the subs tonight, and Bluey adds to that trend, opening up the scoring for Patty Formula here. 3:25 on the clock. A little bit of chaos there on the back line, just a touch, but again, it's early games. You got a best of 7 to recoup and regain.
Yeah, I mean, already 1-0. I mean, oh, wait, might be 2-0. No, Curry is back to get the ball out of the way, but man, Patty Formula has been on their side practically the whole game. You see Angel trying to find Dryden, gonna leave it for him. Gonna take it to the corner, take the dribble, it's mid, no, good clear. Waves is up, Blue's gonna get around him, get a good touch mid, but way too much power. Scythe low on boost, gets the pinch. They just can't get any offensive pressure going. I mean, this whole game has practically been Patty on offense. Let's see if Waves can do something with it. Does. Gets a good flick over one. Curry's going to try to get it mid for Scythe. Scythe with a good beat. Gonna get the double, yes. Gets the reset, but, I mean, again, they're going to have to find more opportunities. I mean, they're just not finding the net. They're not getting shots on.
Yeah, you definitely got to up the shooting. Dryden does just that and puts it just under the crossbar. Patty Formula extending their lead to 2. Scythe wanted to try to get that into the corner to gain some possession. Dryden just quick to the ball. Waves got a piece of it, but just not enough power to keep that from crossing that back line. And right now, Patty Formula taking it to the number 2 seed. It's going to be very interesting. We've seen subs. I know I said it earlier on in this game. Subs have played a huge part throughout this whole split on those championship squads, and Bluey stepping in for Patty Formula on the major stage. You would think that coming in as a sub, you got a little bit of a chip on your shoulder maybe, and that pressure is going to be there. But Bluey, they have so far been finding their place here on the pitch. It was an interesting play. Curry trying to come off that back wall. Scythe looking for 2 touches. Waves over the top of the defense. It's off the backboard. Curry there keeping the pressure alive on this blue half, but Scythe gonna have to get this quickly. Dryden can't make contact. Waves puts a shot on target. It's just off. Hits that far post. Curry takes a good 50 at the midfield to delay any kind of counterattack from Patty Formula.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to get something going here. They only have 1:35 left. Patty trying to find another opportunity to get the ball in the net. It's getting dangerous out there. One man down. Angel's mid. 1-2. No, can't find Bluey, though. Bluey going to try to get it back mid, and does. Angel, good touch there. One-on-one. Tries to fake out Waves. Waves with a good defense. But again, Dryden coming right back. Gets a double mid. Is anybody there? No. Curry with a good clear. But again, they got to get something here, and Angel's on the attack once again. They're all finding these touches, and they're making it awkward for no idea to get anything going. But the 3-man passing play, can he get the double? No! That's a double demo, and it's wide open. Might not be actually. Waves is there. Good 50 there. And 45 seconds in, and it's looking like a game 1 is going to go to Patty Formula.
Yeah, can't chalk it too early, but 40 seconds and down 2-0, especially with Bluey looking to add one more to the score sheet, and they do just that. That may just be the dagger. You got 37 seconds and a kickoff to try to make some magic happen, but Patty Formula, they look locked in. Right now, no idea. We've seen them come off to slow starts, right? They've looked like they're faltering in the beginning of the series, and they come back, and taking a game 1 loss is not that big of a deal in a best of 7. It can actually be advantageous to some of these teams. You get a read of your opponent. Sometimes the lower seeds, they'll go at 100% and go at full speed right off rip, and you can kind of stay competitive and stay in that game, given 70% effort, and then you can just really turn it on once you get their game plan locked in. Hoping that is the case for No Idea here, just because this offense from Patty Formula has been absolutely suffocating. We got 6 shots coming out from Dryden and Bluey. Angel hasn't even been involved in offense, and we know what they can do. So it's going to look like a pretty commanding game 1 3-0 victory for Patty Formula. Head into game 2. No Idea, obviously, having to get some offense, but what else do they have to tweak here?
They're going to have to find some more shots. I mean, they barely had any offense. No Idea's got to find each other. They problem last week when they started getting going, they started to find each other more. I think that's what they need to do. They need to find each other more, stop the little selfish plays, but also they're lacking on defense too. I mean, the 50s have not been going their way, and they're going to have to change something because it's going to be a long series if they don't.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely taking a little bit more time on those 50s. I think that they're used to playing at one speed, right? And that speed is just no brakes. Pump the
Yep.
brakes a little bit, slow down your tempo, because that can really throw in those little change ups. The great pitchers out there, you got that heater fastball down the middle, but once you find a batter that knows how to crack that meatball over the center of the plate, you got to start going off tempo and just slow down a touch, get back into your rhythm, and you can make this a game. Here on Forbidden Temple, you're down 1-0 in the series, got shut out in game one. How do you respond if you're no idea?
The early goal, I mean, try to get some momentum in. You gotta be on the attack. I mean, you gotta give them what they gave you, pretty much. I mean, right now it's looking all right. Waves is gonna take his time and try to get by Dryden. Angel's already up. Beats Scythe, gets on the flip. No, that'd have been really dangerous. Waves cannot connect, but Curry's gonna get there mid, and it might be a shot there. No, Angel gonna take control. Right now, it ain't looking so bad for No Idea, though. It's not looking so bad. Even though Patty might be on the offensive prowl,
Oh, what a save.
I might have just caster cursed him. He missed, though. It's wide. Hit cross down. I can't believe he missed that. That should have been a goal for Patty Formula.
That was a great save on the back line coming out from Scythe, and then they just couldn't find a way to punch it in. It's still Patty Formula trying to trek downfield. Scythe, no boost, has some possession, takes a low 50, rolls out over to Waves. Waves downfield over one defender, trying to get a shot on target. Bluey can't make contact, and Waves
Nice.
puts the first goal on the board for No Idea.
All right. There you go, Waves. Getting
Took
over
him.
one. An absolute clanger. Bluey could not get the touch he wanted to save it. Well, there you go. That's a good start. Wavy putting them on board with 1-0. I mean, that's what they needed. They needed something because, I mean, that last game, they were just on defense all the time. And right now, it's looking pretty solid right now. It's a good 50. Curry's going to try to get there. Goes straight down to Angel. Gets a good clear out. Wave should have a touch on it, and he does. Scythe is already up. That's a good pass. He might double. No! He almost gets it. And they're looking pretty solid right now.
Yeah, they are definitely holding the pressure well. They're being a lot more selfless. They are going for those mechanical solo plays, but only when the defense allows
Oh.
it. They're trying to get it over to Waves, and they just couldn't find the back of the net on that double. It was a high angle, but they now continue to hold this pressure out in the corner. Looking to get a touch over Bluey, but they get the beat over the top. No boost, trying to keep this trek downfield going. Angel has to full retreat, pops it up at the mid. Demo on the back line. Scythe now being challenged off that backboard by Dryden. Dryden gets deleted in the air. Waves takes a good 50, but Bluey gets spun out on that recovery. Angel tries to rip a shot. Curry can't make contact, but it rattles around the woodwork. It's now in the corner. Angel, low boost. Can you get this one central? You flip past it. Curry now trying to bait Bluey into something awkward. Waves able to grab some good clutch boost there. Demo at the midfield. Angel keeping the pressure alive, going into the corner, looking for an inverted touch. Waves clears back out. Dryden, no boost, gets beat over the top. Curry and Waves both trying to win the 2v1, and the dunk is no good.
Wow. I mean, so far so good for No Idea. Great, huge clear there from Waves. Waves has been on par this game and looking pretty good. That's a missed shot from Scythe. Curry trying to follow up, a good save there from Dryden. Dryden, man, he's almost gave me heart attacks in some series. I'll tell you. I mean, the player is clutch when it comes to these moments. And Waves with a weak shot. But, man, he's looking good. No Idea is looking great this game. They're going to have to keep it up, though. Don't want to get too comfortable in this lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touch on Waves. Waves definitely came out in that playoff run in Regional 3. And I think that a lot of people, both, in the green room and in the crowd, see Scythe with his name and how he's up and coming in this region in North America, being one of the young mechanical players that's looking to be up next. Waves, this was a little bit of Scythe, the Scythe show, because he was just popping off that much, and both Waves and Curry step up in the big moments, and they complement each other so well, and they're doing it again.
There you
Curry
go.
getting it on the board, a 1 minute dead even on the clock, and they're up 2.
Looking like Chef Curry out there. Golden State Warriors form. Look at him. Absolute class. I mean, We saw him last week. He was making some insane plays as I was casting them. Every time I cast them, something magical happens. And it's a good shot. You know, they're up 2-0. This is definitely the answer they were asking and looking for.
Oh, what a bump.
And that's a good save.
Oh.
No, Dryden follows it up, though. Curry gets bumped, but gets the save. You see here. Oh, my gosh. I don't even know how he saved it.
Yeah, that's just absolutely insane. He used the flip at the exact time that he had to recover from that bump. Just big-bodied, ate his Wheaties this morning. Oh, what a fake. Angel, can you continue this going? Dryden can't get that boost, and it might be going the other way. Scythe trying to pre-jump for a pinch. Didn't have enough boost to make that reach. Dryden off the backboard, trying to find Bluey off that sidewall. They get it past one. Can they get it past Curry? Curry now scrambling back to the corner. Can they get around this one? Scythe comes in, sends it the other way. Angel right there to read. Double commit comes out. Bluey in a tough situation at the midfield. Gonna try to rip a shot, but Scythe there to intercept.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking great. Patty Formula on the attack here. Trying to get something going. They have 15 seconds remaining. Can they find a way? Can they get something going? Dryden with 0 boost. He missed. He can't get the touch. Angel's gonna take it back though. He has full boost. They're gonna gotta have coast to coast with this. 2 was up. Waves gonna get the clear, and I think that might be it. No, it's still up. But I think that is it now. No idea. Bounced back after a dominant performance in game number 2. They bounced back after getting dominated in game 1. I mean, that's what you want out of No Idea. That's what you need. And that's what the confidence they needed going into game 3.
Yeah, they were definitely the enforcers during that game. You see there, they had 7 shots on target, only 1 more than Patty Formula, but they held the possession so well in their opponent's half that one shot didn't really make that one shot didn't make too much of a difference in terms of pressure, at least. Also 3 saves, 1 apiece for everyone on No Idea. So you love to see stats like that coming out. They have their rotations tight. Yep. Everyone's getting shots up. People are scoring goals. That's what you need to do against this Patty Formula team, because we have seen here that tonight they are scoring in bunches and they are not letting up on offense either.
Yeah, they're looking great. They got to keep it up though. You know, you don't want to sit back against Patty Formula, but that is a good start of something for No Idea after that game 1 performance when they literally got pounded. I mean, they couldn't get any shots on. I don't know how many shots they took. I don't know how many shots were on net. That's a good start though for them.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to bounce back. But Patty Formula did find a way to make that one close all the way up to the final second. And this is a team that you do not want to give anything in the final moments, because they know how to ice up indeed. We'll see here in game 3 who can continue their momentum and take another lead in the series. Will it be Patty Formula going back up by 1 game, or will No Idea kind of show that maybe game 1 was a little bit of a fluke?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Waves was absolutely finna peek right
thought that
there.
was dunked.
I don't even know. I don't even know where he came from. He came from the ceiling, but I didn't even see him. I mean, that'd have been insane. A nice 1-2. Scythe can't get there. Angel has been a ruckus crew on defense. You know, Bieber was talking about him earlier on the broadcast. And what a snipe bottom left. What a pass there from Dryden. Bluey puts it absolute sniper. You can't reach that, Curry.
The placement was absolutely phenomenal. That pass had the wherewithal to know that your teammate is there and has an angle on that is nuts as well. But Bluey just, again, stepping up in clutch time, sniping that one. And now it's all on No Idea to respond here. But Bluey, they want to make this this one off the ceiling and just drops into the breadbasket. Now, Patty Formula looking like shades of game 1, going up early here. No Idea has to respond. You got 4 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock, but being down 2 early on, this is going to be huge momentum going forward for Patty Formula.
Yeah, I mean, no one was home for that. And, that could have been a goal for Angel and Patty Formula if he would have just left it. Dryden would have just left it. But right now, Angel's playing with his food. Bump Scythe out of the way. Curry cannot get the touch. Good save there by Waves. It's hanging up high and it's dangerous. Waves have been on defense. That's such a good defensive play there by. Oh my gosh.
What a save.
No, it's hanging up high. Scythe gonna clear it out. Curry gets the demo, but it doesn't matter. Patty Formula is finding their ways, just like in game number 1. This is what it's looking like. Save there from Curry. Waves gonna try to force something, and does, and that's a good clear there. That might be really dangerous. No, Dryden's gonna get back. Curry gonna try to get a 50 here. Waves gonna try to get it mid and cannot, so Curry's gonna have to turn. Angel's awkward in that. Scythe, good beat. That's a waterfowl shot, and what a shot! Oh my god! What a
Filthy
shot there
Scythe.
from Scythe.
Skies up and just, oh my goodness.
No
This man
boost.
has a family.
No boost.
All right, is Scythe back? I feel like Scythe. We didn't hear too much about them in the last playoffs. They definitely didn't have a bad performance and quiet in game 1 and game 2. Maybe that is their loud introduction into this series.
Yeah, I mean, he really wasn't anywhere in game number 1 and 2. Not a lot that came out from him really, but right there, that's a way to bounce back from him. I mean, what an absolute shot. I mean, he had no boost in the tank. He gets the beat on one. Angel, good clear here, but that might be in. No, it's off. Curry with the slot. No.
Oh,
Good defensive play by Dryden, and Angel clears it out.
that was a great sequence of plays on defense for Patty Formula. Now they look to make something happen downfield, but Angel with low boost, Bluey just trying to find someone to bump.
Oh my.
Angel able to grab
Oh
the mid
my.
boost. Pitch central denied. Dryden denied. Bluey gets this one over the backboard. It's still dangerous. Scythe able to get a touch out. Bluey sticking with the play even while backwards. Great recovery on that sidewall. They got Dryden in the mid. They can't get enough heat behind that one. And it's still lingering in this orange half. Angel pre-jumps from the mid, bodies Scythe in the air, Bluey to the backboard. Do they have a second touch? They do, but it's off the post. Great defense coming out from No Idea to try to stick in with this one. It's back out to the midfield. Scythe has to get a beat, gets a big boom over the top, lands in the corner.
Uh-oh.
Curry thought he was going to bounce up, still able to recover with a touch. Waves bumped off this one. Dryden now with the ball on his hood. Scythe to the backboard, looking for two more, gets one. They're now with a little bit of a boost on an air dribble. Curry and Waves down below. Waves with a little bit of boost. It's now up the sidewall. Dryden looking for something here. They got to get one more. Try to extend that lead here. You're looking like you're in a good situation, but No Idea. They have shown that their offense is formidable. You're giving a free look to Scythe, Bluey down below. No danger to him. They clear it downfield, but Curry is there to pop it back up. Bluey might have something. Curry downfield, intercepted by Dryden. Right now, we're just staled out at the midfield.
Uh-oh. That might just be in.
Oh, no!
It's far down.
Oh!
Scythe is it. I mean, Dryden's gonna get the save on Curry. Holy cow, that should have been it. I mean, what a save by Dryden. Curry with a great shot. Dryden's there again. He's always there. He has not been there. He's always been there. Waves to Curry. Curry to the backboard. No, Angel's there to defend the double tap. Bluey is going to take his time and get that boost. Scythe got the corner. Gets. What is this goal? Wow. Squishy save. A lot of pressure coming on from both teams. And that's a good clear there. Is anyone up? No! But Dryden gets it. Miscommunication. Dryden was going to go up, but he decided to let his teammate does. But he missed. He got 2 seconds left, and now, is that it? No.
No,
Scythe.
Scythe.
It's mid. Is someone there? No, it's up. Bluey gonna take the control. Dryden gonna clear it out. Waves. No, and that is it. Angel takes it and fakes it, and Patty Formula wins game number 3.
This is going to be a back and forth series. Des called it. This can go either way. It's just going to be back and forth and back and forth. It's going to be absolutely insane. 7 shots for Bluey. Bluey just assaulted that net, bro.
Yep.
Like, that was so much pressure put up by just Bluey, and they scored all
7
2 goals.
shots.
Like, that's nuts. A total of 11 coming out from the side of Patty Formula, returning back to that game 1 form of just offense by assault, right? You just pelter shot after shot after shot, and finally something will break. They did get a little bit of a lucky bounce off the ceiling for one to float in, but ultimately it was them clutching up on defense. 3 saves for Dryden, just out of nowhere, was making great defensive plays.
Yeah, I mean, 7 shots for Bluey. That is insane. I mean, Curry had 4 saves, though, had 4 shots. I mean, he was on that defensive prowl, too. But that last minute, I mean, Dryden was a brick wall.
Yeah.
Could not get past him. But they take game number 3. And I think the desk has it right. I mean, I think Beaver said it, too. And I think Melikim and all of them said it, Rhino. And I think this is going the distance. I mean, this one has potential, too. These guys, they've played against each other so many times, and they know how they play. And I'm excited to keep watching some Rocket League.
Yeah, and you mentioned these are teams that have played each other. We actually almost saw this as a round 1 matchup. Scythe, what a dunk to open things up here. Oh my goodness, that first touch reads it off the ceiling, just inverted the whole way. Flip reset, upper 90. Bluey can't get a hand on it. And that's quite the way to open up after going down in the series here in Game 4.
Holy moly! We're already seeing a classic shot there from Scythe. We saw the no boost double tap last game, and he gave us a one-hit wonder again right here. But can they hold on to the lead? They're down 1 in the series. They're looking good so far. You know, it could be a back and forth. It could be they win this game, then they lose the next one. Then they lose, and then but look at that. Waves with the absolute banger. And Curry gets the demo and Dryden, or actually, Scythe actually gets the demo and Angel, and it leads to a wide open net.
Yeah, it's tough to miss those, especially at this level and at the major. Missing an open net probably would be funny in the VC, but also may be catastrophic in the game. But out early, 2 ahead for no idea. It's been looking good for the team that scores first. It turns into a sweat, but as long as you hold on to that lead, especially having a cushion here early is going to be huge for them. And again, no idea. They are such a momentum team. So if they win here and, even going into Game 5, perform well, this may be a completely different series than what we thought, but that's going to be just an open net. I don't know where the defense went for Patty Formula. Looks like they went all out for an offensive push and just no one home. You throw the kitchen at the offense, and there's no chefs left to cook on defense.
I don't know where their defense went. I mean, good awareness from Curry, but no one was back home. Bluey's going to get an air dribble over Waves. I'm still confused what happened last play. But anyway, we move on. No idea. Having a great start, though, in game number 4. Can Patty Formula find something to get them going in this game and get them back into it? We're about to find out. Angel's going to try to get it mid. Dryden's there. They do.
Filthy.
Dryden absolutely slots it. Top bins. Angel with the pass. Waves couldn't reach it. And Dryden puts it in the back of the net.
That was just tucked perfectly to bed by Dryden. And again, like I said at the top of this series, Dryden, if they're on, this is going to be a very dangerous team. And number 7 doing this to a number 2 seed, you don't see that very often. And Dryden has definitely been leading that charge. And again, credit to Bluey stepping in for that sub role, man. They've been doing great things. Angel had their moments to shine, but in game 4, Curry has been making play after play after play. Scythe, great save, great clear as well. Couldn't find the speed flip. Going downfield now is Curry. Gets a good 50. Waves up for it. Keeps the pressure going. Scythe looking for a flip reset out of the corner. Couldn't get it. Got the second touch though. Angel now half tank a boost. What can they do? They can get it over to Bluey, and Bluey slots that one.
Angel to Bluey.
What a dime.
An absolute clanger. I mean, bar down. There ain't nothing you can do, son. Like I just said, and all they had to do was score 1. And
this is good. Oh, wow.
They tied the game
Oh
on a
my
kickoff
goodness.
goal.
Bluey just sticks with it the whole way too. Got the perfect recovery to pick up those pennies and just puts it into an open net. This game, man, no idea came out throwing haymakers, and the response by Patty Formula, they said it's not night yet. We got a full game, buddy. Strap up.
Yeah. They started so good, and now it's not looking so good. But this team, they can bounce back easily, anytime. I mean, I don't count them out in this game. Even though they were up 3-0, it don't count them out. I mean, they got this, But Patty Formula, give it to them. They have bounced back in this game, going down 3-0. I mean, they were not looking good at the start of this game. Open net, leaving the net just completely wide open. To this now, I mean, they are turning it up.
Yeah, mid-game adjustments to like you realize, hey, we made a big mistake. Let's go ahead and just all get back on the same page. And they've scored in an absolute hurry now. You got less than 2 minutes left to play. Ball and possession, flip, reset, going for the musty. It was almost an own goal, but luckily Scythe, falling off that backboard, was able to get the save. Now trying to lead a charge downfield, Bluey to intercept. It's open for a moment on the back line until Waves comes in. Angel looking to keep this alive in the corner. Waves, perfect spawn on that boost. Dryden 50s out to the mid. Angel gets it back over to Dryden. Dryden just tries to rip a shot, put some more pressure on this team. Looks open. Waves. Maybe back down to Scythe. Scythe. Oh, over to Curry. Curry was not expecting that bump to come out. The passing play would have gone absolutely perfect if not for that. But good look on the defensive side, getting these defensive bumps to try to alleviate some kind of momentum built here by No Idea. 1 minute on the clock. And both teams looking to score quickly. Waves snipes it off that sidewall, and they're going to find themselves a late goal to put them ahead here in Game 4.
And again, no one back. Angel turns away from the goal. Dryden's on the corner, in the corner as well, and no one's home. And Waves buries it, and that could be the deciding goal. They got a minute left. Scythe with the fake. Bluey's there. He's going to get a control touch. Going to try to flick it over one. Does. Flicks it over two. No. Curry denies. Angel back on the ball. Straight down, but Scythe is going to clear it out, and Curry is there. Curry absolutely bangs it. And that might seal the deal for game number 4.
Curry was spicy enough on that shot. 134 kph if you're over there on the other side and over at EU, but the big number goes crazy. That was an absolute heater to now extend your lead to 2. May be the nail in the coffin here as we slowly tick down to 30 seconds left on the clock. If you're Patty Formula, you got to get on your horse. You got to score quickly here because after that kickoff, you're not going to have much time given to you. Scythe now off the ceiling, looking to put one more in for the side of No Idea. Waves takes a bit of time, has some boost to play with. Angel bumps him off of it. Bluey with a full tank of boost, now having to go coast to coast. 10 seconds left on the clock. If they don't score here, that kickoff is not going to be helpful. 5 seconds left, and this game is all but over. Once this touches the pitch, it will be back to a dead even series.
Yeah, they bounce back, going down 3-0, and then, like I said, you don't want to count this No Idea team out. And that's the reason why right there. I mean, they were up 3-0, they lost the lead, 3-3 tied, and then they ended the game 5-3. They pretty much had the game, and then they threw it away, and then they sealed the deal. And like I said, don't count them out. They come here to play. Scythe, that nasty first goal. I mean, the flip reset, and then carries it in top left. I mean, what a snipe.
Yeah, you also got to give some credit to the efficiency. Both Curry and Waves were 2 for 2, shooting 100%. So they're taking advantage of the looks that they're given, and that's really what separates championship caliber teams above the rest, is how efficient you can be. Scythe even going 1 for 3. In Rocket League, 1 for 3. Most people may say, hey, if you're going 1 for 3 from 3 in an NBA game, you're getting benched, buddy. But 1 for 3 in Rocket League, shooting at a 33% clip, that is very respectable. So hitting a high percentage of your shots is so key to winning these clutch games.
Yeah, Waves had some really key touches too. Curry, I mean, absolute, menace on the offensive side.
Yeah.
But they all three played good. Even though they lost a 3-goal lead, they bounced back and showed why they're here in this position in the major. They're here. And we're in game number 5. Looking like a really good series. It's pushing for 7 at least.
Yeah, at least. Again, both these teams are such momentum teams, so I could see, this possibly could be the stretch of games taken by No Idea to seal the deal and punch their ticket to the semifinals. But Patty Formula, they probably have something different to say about that storyline. It's Bluey, great pickup in the corner, Waves immediately on this. And it already from game 1 to now, I can tell that No Idea, they have definitely wanted to smother the counterattacks. They are so good at stuffing things out at the midfield, stopping things in the corner of Patty Formula, and not allowing anything to get too far downfield, especially when they're out of position. Great save comes out from Waves, but it leaves a Scythe a bit awkward, and the demo on the back line going to come through. Patty Formula respond here by opening up game number 5 with a goal of their own.
Yeah, an absolute banger from Angel. That's a good start coming in for Patty Formula. No one home, good offensive pressure. And, they find an early goal with a minute in pretty much. And they're rolling.
Rolling indeed. They look to keep that rolling, though, but as we saw, this team for No Idea, they definitely know how to, even with a lead that gets thrown away, basically, they know how to clutch up. Patty Formula, they usually score in bunches here, so not be surprised if they just continue to keep this attack up. Curry tries to get this one out. Angel just past the midfield, able to get a touch there. Bluey misses on that ball. It's going to leave a free lane for Scythe to take over. They got plenty of boost in the tank. Goes past the ball, leaves it for Waves to try to get. It's a bit too far to that left side for Waves to make a shot on target. Scythe back flipping out of that. Looks for one more, gets the pinch out, and just back into the corner. Waves out of the corner pass. No one there. Dryden right back over to Waves. Waves central. Curry cheated a bit too far left. Didn't think they were going to be able to get that off the sidewall. Big pinch going the opposite way. Waves has to pre-flip to save that away.
Yeah, it's a great. So far right now, Patty Formula, they got the offense. They just got to keep the pressure up and play some good defense because this is an offensive flying machine team. Scythe gonna solo, gonna get the flip reset. Bluey's up to meet him. Good 50 there from side. Good clear. Anybody back?
Oh,
no,
Angel.
Curry can't reach it. No,
Oh.
and he misses. But Dryden's gonna follow up and make it 2-0. Curry could not read it in time. It hit the post. Curry goes flying, and Dryden's there to clean it up.
Yeah, Angel goes a bit wide on that shot, but speed dial on the janitorial services. Dryden comes in and extends the lead to 2. It's going to be a much tougher task now for No Idea to come back down 2-0. Waves looking to start that now. Bluey off the sidewall, looking for one more. 50's out with Scythe. Now Scythe trying to find some possession. Angel immediately there to stuff that out. Dryden flipping back down, gets demoed off the pitch. Scythe versus Bluey. Who wins this out? It's a 50 out to the orange corner. Scythe looking for boost. That's not there. Angel with a half tank gets the boost grab as well. Scythe is still starved out. Demo trade comes out there at the midfield to stall things out for a bit. Everyone spawned back in. Dryden can't make contact with that. Curry gonna have a look. Scythe with the bump. Angel makes the save. And off their own post with a pre-flip. They keep this one 2-0. Scythe wants to keep the pressure going. Waves to take over. Bluey can't make contact. Angel can, though. And Angel with the savior to clutch up here and keep them scoreless on the side of No Idea.
Scythe was going for that bump, and somehow Angel pre-flipped it into the ball and got the save. An absolute amazing save there. And, they're just rolling right now. They're up 2-0. Can they hold on to it? Waves with a good shot, bottom corner, but Angel's there once again. Oh my! That almost was our own goal. Everybody's going for the ball. Everybody's on it. 3-man team just going in. Triple committing. Right now, it's looking really good for Patty. time's ticking, and you got to start wondering what can No Idea do.
What they got to do is they got to start scoring quickly here. They can't keep
no.
having this pressure put up against them. Curry playing great defense, but it seems like that's all they have been doing here for No Idea. They've had some good looks. They put up a ton of shots, but just can't find one to hit the back of the net. Bluey tries to get one more over Curry. Curry touched the ceiling right down below by Waves. Dryden 50s out. Bluey keeps it alive. Angel pre-flip almost goes top bins. Curry there to get one. Dryden wanted that one, but Bluey rotating ball side kind of messed up their flow there a bit, but not to worry. Angel on the back line tries to clear this out only as far as Waves. Now a big pop up. Angel looking for the redirect to the back wall. Bluey already up. One more touch. Can it be a pass down to Dryden? Dryden trying to just keep it there in that backboard. Bluey, one more shot. It's not fast enough. Waves able to clear that one out. And as we have 5 seconds ticking down here, and we're still on the orange half, it's going to be another back and forth game going to Patty Formula.
And what a great game there from Patty Formula. Had all the not all the pressure. I mean, they just played really good defense.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's nothing No Idea could have done. They played great too. Just both teams seem equal that game. I mean, 5 shot from Waves. I mean, look at Angel. 4 saves, 7 shots. I mean, he was everywhere. That save, the pre-flip save, was absolutely insane.
Oh, just chef's kiss, dude. That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Like dodging the bump like that. So many players, they go for that pre-flip to try to dodge the bump quickly, and then they just end up going past the ball. But to time that perfectly where you're not getting clipped and pushed into the back of the net by, I believe it was Scythe going for that bump, and also making contact with the ball, that requires some elite timing. And the defense was just insane, as we had a connection get lost. So we're going to hopefully wait for Lobby to get back up. Yeah, back and forth series. Patty Formula find themselves back out ahead, heading into game 6. No Idea. You got to win 2 straight. And what do they got to do to try to make that swing?
I mean, just the offensive pressure. They got to keep that up. They got to do something here. Find each other more, like I already said. Because the games they were winning, they definitely found each other more. They were less selfish. And I think all around they played better just team ball, which they're good enough doing solo. But I do think in this case, when you're down a game and you lose this game, you're done. Your weekend's over. Pack it up. Done. But this game is huge for a lot of reasons. And I mean, this is it. I mean, make it or break it. I mean, you got to lock in this game or you're out. So that's really it.
Yeah, as you can see here on the screen, it is No Idea up 1 here in the final moments of game number 6 here on Neo Tokyo. Our first match of the night, we had almost a absolutely thrilling upset to send it to a game 7 on Neo Tokyo. Hopefully we see more here today, as it's Waves going out to the sidewall. Bluey gets a nice air dribble over the top, and Bluey there to equalize. And what a play coming out from Bluey here, as we try to get ourselves back into the lobby, but the players are there and they are hot.
I'm not even in.
we got a clutch range rook in the Discord with the game up. We're still trying to figure out the technical difficulties here in the booth, but okay, there we go. We are back in now. And tied game now.
All right, here we go.
We've had about 1:20 pass by. And again, it looks like it's just going to be an absolute slugfest here on Neo Tokyo. Game 6. This is where you, as No Idea, are now facing elimination. Patty Formula have the chance to upset, and No Idea want to spoil the upset. They want to make this a game 7,
man.
but Bluey says, "Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go."
He is on fire for this team. He's a sub. And he is taking over this series. He's been everywhere for this team. And I got to say, it's fun to watch him. And it's fun to watch a sub come in and absolutely dominate and put it all out on the line for his team.
Yeah, and again, it speaks to the quality of roster that is Patty Formula. Again, just some inconsistent plays in playoffs. They had an FF, so maybe the points didn't work out too well in their favor for their seeding, but they're definitely showing that even with a sub on their roster, they are playing higher than a 7th seed would be expected to play right now. You know, when it's a 2 versus 7, it's usually a gentleman's sweep for the 2 seed. But right now, we're on game 6 with Patty Formula on match point and a lead here heading into halftime. Bluey looking to go coast to coast. Angel intercepted by Waves. That was an absolute Hulk touch. Got so much power behind that, but couldn't find the shot. Dryden there underneath gets a flick only as far as Curry there at the midfield. Angel and Bluey both stacked up in the corner. No one can find a way to recover. Waves, one touch. Can they get back to the ball? They can't. Dryden there. Scythe, drop down shot off the post, and they can't find the equalizer here, as now it's low resources for everyone on the side of no idea, and they push this one downfield.
Yeah, they're looking dominant right now. I mean both sides are, honestly. They're getting a lot of looks. I mean, 3 shots coming from Waves and 3 saves too coming out of him, and No Idea's got to keep this going, but they've got to find more options. They got to find each other. Bluey gonna take control. He's gonna feel uncomfortable in the corner, gonna try to pinch it off the wall. No, he can't connect it there. Curry, good defensive play.
Oh, team pinch.
Good pinch coming out. Scythe, last man back practically. Good touch. And Waves is gonna follow. 0 boost in the tank. Gonna get a weird touch. Scythe is awkward. And you gotta start wondering for No Idea. Like, you've got to find, you just gotta find something. I mean, you ain't got a lot of time left, you know, and it's in your half right now. And
oh, this.
oh, that might be in. No, that could have been a good opportunity. They've been getting a lot of clear shots on that. Angel, gonna try to double no. That might be it though.
Oh, it was a full send.
On the breakaway, and it's in. They tie it with 53 seconds left.
Again, they just sent the house, tried to run the blitz, and they just streaking downfield, Scythe to himself. They get the equalizer under a minute. Absolutely clutch play to capitalize on that overcommit. But again, just questionable decision by Patty Formula. It may just be the pressure getting to him. Demo on Curry. The Wave is going to have a look at this until Dryden there to take over. Angel trying to track down Scythe. One touch into the corner. Curry to take over. Angel not able to make contact on a 50. Bluey drops down. Dryden tried to play that low and high. Still got a piece of it, but maybe not the best positioning as Bluey. A bit of a double commit. Had Dryden down below trying to track that down. Make some possession out of that situation. Angel into the corner. Curry has Waves there to take over. Should have been a bodyguard play possibly, as you had some numbers for the moment. But it's now a counterattack going the other way. Scythe with a good touch into the corner. Bluey trying to slot one more. Waves, great squishy save on no boost. Dryden has to get this one central. We might see overtime. Neo Tokyo, this one just waffling about at the midfield. And we got bonus time, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, this is what the people came to see. Some good fashion Rocket League this weekend. We've had some great games. Angel, I don't know what he's doing. He's kind of uncomfortable. Scythe with a weird catch. Dryden, awkward. Bluey gonna clear it out. Curry, though, gets a good hit mid, but Dryden's gonna take control and try to get it over one, and does. Waves is back, pops it up. Curry gonna take control and try to double no. Right now, it's a lot of ping pong action going on in this game. That is a good 50 from Bluey, though, but Waves gonna take control. No, Bluey is everywhere. Scythe with a good touch. Man, that could have been it. Had an open shot, clearly. And that's a good dunk. No. I mean, right now, both teams are looking really good.
Yeah, a lot of lateral play, but this double tap from Waves gonna extend us to game 7. Waves coming out clutch, and this is when they take their timeout. Oh my goodness. What a play coming out from Waves. Just bodied them on the goal line and sends us to Champions Field.
Oh, there you have it. I mean, the desk called it. We called it. I called it. I said it could. I could see this going to distance, and it is. Look at Waves. 4 shots, 2 goals, 5 saves.
5 saves is
I mean, he was everywhere.
insane.
And then Scythe with 3 shots. That's still good. And Bluey, 5 shots. I mean, both teams were on the attack the whole game. Both teams were going at it. I mean, this is it right here. This is for Sunday. This is it. It all comes down to this very last game. Who can pull forward, make it tomorrow, and possibly be crowned major champs?
Yeah, we will see champs field will determine who is moving on to the semifinals. But gotta just question here, taking a time out, coming from no idea. You had all the momentum going your way. You just want an overtime thriller and an absolute shootout. What is the thought process taking the time out here, Colby?
I don't know if I would have. I would have if I was Patty Formula, though.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of weird because you got the momentum going, right? You got the feeling. You won. Now you want it more, right? I feel like that's how I look at it. You win and then you want it more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know why they did that. That's kind of weird, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting decision. I can get I can understand the thought behind taking a timeout now. Maybe you wanna take some time to recollect your thoughts and maybe try to ice out a little bit Patty Formula because they were hot. They were the team that was on top in that game 6 for the good majority of it, and they were the ones that had to come back in that. So you make that comeback overtime win, and now you head into Game 7, Champions Field. Winner moves on to semifinals. Who will be our first semifinalist in this lower bracket? Will it be No Idea, or will it be the underdogs, Patty Formula? Game 7, kick it off.
Oh, man.
A quick shot on target. Bluey looking for one more. Tries to go top bins. Waves. Great save. Scythe trying to get this one out of the corner. Dryden keeps it alive in the central from Angel. Angel back down to Dryden. And what a passing play to open up Game 7.
Oh, my Lord. I really thought Angel was going to try to shoot it, but no. What an absolute masterclass of a pass. Oh, my Lord. I mean, I don't know. The timeout could have ruined it for No Idea. I don't know why they took it. I feel like that could have iced them. Any other. But we don't know yet. That's an early goal, though, and what an absolute play coming out from Patty Formula.
Oh, Bluey. Oh, Bluey.
Oh, no.
Oh, what a dunk on the goal line, and it goes in.
Oh,
what
my.
A freaking play,
he was just
man.
toying with him. Look. He's just floating. And I really thought that was going to be saved, but Bluey's just... Look how all 3 of them go in.
They're like, we need this to go. We need that early net because No Idea. We've seen them be able to come back from big deficits. We saw last game, 2 goals was not enough to seal the deal. You had to try to extend the lead more. And now all the pressure is on No Idea. You are the 2 seed. You've had this back and forth game against Patty Formula. And Scythe looks to rip a shot, but a great save coming out by Angel. Hurry back central. Waves. Angel pre-jumping it. Scythe with another shot, and it just rolls through the defense. A bump on the back line. We'll see here. Waves. The shot right into Angel.
He does.
Oh, Waves.
Waves
What
did
a
bump him.
play. Oh, man. This opening minute has been just
3 goals.
cinema, bro. Oh, my goodness.
3 goals already. And, No Idea really needed that, though. I mean, they went down 2-0 already in a minute, and they needed that. And they're going to have to find another goal, though. They're still down 1. Waves trying to get it mid. Good clear there. Angel, awkward in net. Angel now going to take control. Waves finds 1. Curry going to try to get a good 50. Gets a tip on the ball. Waves has definitely been one of the key players this game. And that's a good...
Oh, no, it's off the post. Bluey.
Oh, my gosh. I thought he had it. The control. Angel over one, gets it back, but can't finish it. But Bluey is there.
The second man playing up like they have been consistently all night is been the biggest difference maker here for Patty Formula, and they are looking to blow this team out of the water. They want this to be a convincing game 7. Flip reset, no good. Follow up, no good as well. Waves out of the corner, looks for one more. Scythe pre-flipping it, and no good on the save attempt.
Man.
It rattles around 2 defenders and finds its way through.
I mean, an absolute good play there from Scythe. Puts it in, and they're back down by 1. That's what they needed, though, in this series.
Absolutely. Find yourself back within 1. Make this a more manageable scoreline for you. Only 2 minutes have elapsed. It felt like it took us the entire game. It took us the entire game plus bonus time to get to 5 goals last time. And now we're still before halftime. This is going to be Bama versus Texas A&M. This is going to be a 52-50 scoreline by the end of the night. Absolute classic shootout here. Patty Formula, again, looking to spoil the dreams for No Idea, coming in as that lower seed, the underdogs. But, again, seeding may not mean everything. Scythe, big dunk. Angel, one touch off that backboard, has some possession. Curry pre-jumping it. Nice touch down below. Louis off that back wall, gets it right over to Waves. Scythe intercepts, though. Waves still sticks with the play. Curry trying to find some possession at the midfield, driving over the top.
No.
Scythe able to grab some boost and make the play on the defensive side. And demos come out, bumps come out, boost steals, all the pressure making plays coming out for Patty Formula. They need to try to make this a good push, and Dryden does just that.
I mean, every time No Idea has an answer, Patty Formula comes back and answers it right back into the back of their net. I mean, you got 2 minutes left. We've seen some crazy Rocket League in this Spate Championship Series. We've seen crazy Rocket League just in general, RLCS and everything. I mean, this is Game 7. I mean, this game is not over.
Not at all. Gonna be a slugfest. It's gonna be last man standing. You're gonna be just duking it out here. But right now, Patty Formula are looking to be the heavier hitters here as they have a 2-goal lead. Angel almost extending it to 3. Bluey touch the sidewall. Can they get a read down here? They can. One touch the backboard. A little heavy-handed. Angel at the midfield, though, there to rotate in, trying to find Bluey in that corner. Waves up to read that. It's a bounce downfield. Dryden, one touch to maintain possession. Pinch goes nowhere. Waves able to combat that. Bluey misses, and it's Curry a little bit too far back and not enough boost to make that stretch. Scythe couldn't find a touch there to keep it at the midfield. It's now rolling over into the orange half. Bluey trying to stick with this, try to depossess Scythe. Scythe gets 50'd out. This is going to be a waterfall down. Dryden has to get there before Waves does. Waves able to keep this one out, and great defense down the stretch being played by No Idea.
We got a minute left. We're going to have to hurry up and find something. And it's hanging up high mid. Someone there? No. Double commit, though. Coming from Patty Formula. That is mid. Scythe going to try to get a shot off, but can't. He had no boost. No one has boost on Patty Formula's side. Curry with an absolute slot. And he slots it in. Bottom right corner. No one could reach it. But that is in for Curry.
Curry just snipes it between 2 defenders at that. You had both Angel and Dryden jumping for that. You would think that one of them could make that touch, but ultimately the placement by Curry just too good. You're gonna need a favorable kickoff here. It's now going down the stretch. Waves gets a good 50 against Dryden. Louis there out of the corner and now off the ceiling, trying to find Dryden downfield. 30 seconds on the clock. You gotta make this push here. Do we see game 7 overtime? Angel keeping this one alive in the orange half. Scythe, a little bit of possession. Curry trying to harass the defense, get someone to jump. Right there. It's a back pass to Waves. Was not expecting it. Dryden there, trying to just cause some havoc. 10 seconds left on the clock. Now, final push here for No Idea. They got to get something going. Scythe, no boost to follow that up. Curry, back over to Scythe. Scythe slots the shot, and we are going to overtime. 1 second on the clock. You just got to kill the ball.
Oh my God. I mean, I said it earlier. I mean, the game's not over. 4-4. A minute left. OT.
Just
it's
gotta
on.
ground Waves
they're
doesn't
not.
want OT.
And they
Bluey
will,
does. They
and
trust their
that-
ice.
This is it. This is it. Here we
Oh,
go.
big demo.
OT. Dryden has some boost. Good 50 there. Gonna try to clear it out. Gets the flip. Gets it by 1. Bluey's gonna take control, but Angel is gonna get a good touch. Get a good 50. It's hanging mid. Scythe is back. He's the only one back. Angel, that's a good pop though. And Scythe is gonna clear.
No way. No shot. That's how this ends. Oh my goodness. Oh,
They come back
again.
from being down by 2, and they banged it in.
It was
What
another
a
full
series.
send. They sent the house and no one was back to play defense and they just get the long shot to go. Oh, man. GG's, man. Oh, my goodness.
I mean,
What a series.
what do I even say? I mean,
Oh, man.
up by
Oh.
2, and then they come back. Scythe puts it in with 1 second left, and then Scythe finds it again with a clear shot, and it's just free and it's open and it rolls in.
Yeah, man. We
But
saw it too many
it's
times in
insane.
the earlier games, dude. Like, oh, man. You can't
Oh, yeah,
send the
for
house
sure.
like that.
For sure, they there was multiple times where Patty Formula, they would just leave the net, and they did it again, but they did it in the most crucial way, and they will not be advancing tomorrow because no idea. 1-7, and they're going to championship Sunday.
Yeah, it took a game 7 overtime. It was quite the match, but that's going to be it for us here in the booth. We're going to throw this to a quick break, and then we'll see it on our desk before capping off the night with our final match.
Always be the one you wanna call when it's cold outside. I will always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts implode. them up. Ganja smoking, got rum in me cup. My gals wind up on the dance floor. Other gals wind up on the dance floor.
We were playing with fire. Everything turned to dust. When we aimed to fly higher, we got lost and dragged each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was what felt right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day. 'Cause we were never meant to be. It feels good, a new beginning. We are free at last.
2 6-game series and a 7-game series never tell us that Spate Esports does not deliver on content. No Idea are through to the semi-finals where Silly Billies and Pirates on a Bot have already booked their place, but that's only 3 teams. There is one more spot up for grabs in Championship Sunday, and that game will be taking place very, very shortly. But first, of course, we have a wonderful desk to talk us through everything that's happened tonight and everything that will happen very, very soon. We've got Jay, Somber, and Colby with me. Jay, I mean, let's just quickly talk about that 7-game series ending in heartbreak for Patty Formula. No Idea being almost gifted that win in overtime game 7, but that on a different day, it could have gone a different way.
Right. That one was definitely all over the place, and I mean, we were both there. We were in our little green room in production, just watching this game together, and it looked like for such a long time it was going to go the way of Patty Formula, and it really did for such a long time. And then No Idea just kept creeping back and back and back, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves in Game 7 overtime, and then they just got that free-ish goal. They didn't have to work as hard as other goals. I don't want to just say it was free, but it was definitely an easier goal. So it was definitely a very entertaining series to watch, and it was cool to see it unfold the way that it did. Not for Patty Formula, of course, but it was a good watching one for sure.
Oh, it was a great watch. Some fantastic moments, overtimes all over the place. Those kinds of free-ish goals, as you mentioned, but also some fantastic plays coming out from both sides as well. Somber, a close game in that one could potentially be followed by another very tight game as we switch gears and have a look at Pause Up versus Last Minute. Both of these teams on the up, and you've got a suspicion that Pause Up might be a little bit warm coming into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Pause Up, for those of you in the audience that don't know, they are a CRL team. They qualified for Summer Series League play today, and they took Ole Miss, featuring Lunar and Cosmic, a very stacked Ole Miss squad, to 5 games, and then beat down a pretty favored UTK squad who is kind of on the up and up. And that kind of a warm up is going to be so clutch going into this. Not to say Last Minute is not a great competitor, but I don't know how you can prep better than what Pause Up went through today for a major spot here.
Yeah, for sure. And we know that what Pause Up can bring, of course, they have got to those final 8 every single regional that they've played so far this split. This one is no different. Colby, it's kind of weird actually that Last Minute have mirrored that. They have also got to every single final 8 of every single regional in this split. However, they have not been able to get past that quarterfinal stage. It seems to be almost a bit of a monkey that they need to shake off their back. Do you think that's going to affect their mental coming into this quarterfinal match here in the major?
No, not at all. I feel like they're a confident team. They got exiled, I'm pretty sure. Ramen and Milk, I'm pretty sure that's the team. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Ramen, Exiled, and Extreme.
Yeah.
Or
Milk is the
Extreme,
sub.
yes. Yes, Milk is the sub. Extreme, I mean, he's an amazing offensive player. Exiled, he does pretty much anything, and Ramen does the exact same thing. I've had some times where I've casted them and they've made me jump out of my seat. But no pressure. I think they can get the job done. But I mean, Paul's up though. I mean, they're stacked and they're just really good. I mean, Taco, Stash, Slayer, and Duckworth. I mean, they're just wrecking crew. So yeah.
And not to forget K Frost as the sub as well, who's a fantastic player in his own right. A short but sweet desk, but we obviously are running quite far behind schedule, so we're going to cut to predictions and then we will go to the casters. So Jay, series score please. Pause Up versus Last Minute. Where do you think this one lies?
I know I said it at the start, and I intend to see it through. I want Last Minute to break their stream curse and find some success, so I'm going to go Last Minute 4-2, I think is where I'm going to be.
Last Minute 4-2, another 6-game series. Somber, what do you think?
I think this is going to be short and sweet by Pause Up. The pedigree behind them and the prep that they've had today and the type of Rocket League that they've been playing throughout today in earlier competitions, I got Pause Up 5.
In 5, our lowest scoring game on the board, says Somber. Colby, talk to me. Pause Up versus Last Minute. You've got the deciding vote on the panel. Where do you sit with it?
Yeah, I can see where Somber's coming from. You know, they had good warm-up games before this, and honestly, they're seeking to dominate again here today, and I got them in 5. Got Paul's up in 5.
There you have it. That's the predictions from our desk. But here we go then. One team must be eliminated, but the other will go through to join Silly Billy's Pirates on a Bot and No Idea in the semi-finals of split number 1 major here at the Spate Championship Series. Which team will it be? Pause Up on one side, Last Minute on the other side. Your casters are Ari, Carson, and Feisty Taquito. Take it away.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome in. Ari, how are you feeling tonight?
Well, you know, I'm doing all right. I'm a little tired, but that's no reason to not watch any of this Rocket League. Can't wait to get underway in this series. And we saw some predictions that this might be the closest series tonight. We'll have to see if that's what the cards fall for.
I'm not sure if it's going to fall for. I mean, you got to take into account. I got to listen to Somber a little bit. This Pause Up squad did get quite a warm-up earlier today. However, if you've been following me and my predictions and some of the, on some of these SCS matches, I am a big fan of this Last Minute squad, and these guys are insane. Starting us off with a nice shot towards the net right there. Unfortunately, did not find purchase on a goal, but they still continue to keep that offense alive. What is your personal prediction, Ari? Where do you got this series going?
Well, I mean, I love going for some bold predictions, and, we were just off stream talking about who was actually going to win the previous series. All of the production people that aren't on the desk at the moment, they're all in a group chat together, and, well, I was saying it was 3-1, and No Idea, I believe, were down in the last game, and they managed to bring it on through, and I called it. I said they were going to bring it on through, and they did. So I'm going to give this one to Last Minute, but not only that am I going to give it to them, I think it's going to be 4-1.
4-1, a 5-game series for Last Minute over Pause Up. You are brave, ma'am. Very, very brave. I got to go with Pause Up here. This Shawnee squad is too tall of a task, I think, for last minute. But I could be totally proven wrong. I'm gonna give it 6 for the side of Pause Up. I do think that the pedigree here may be just a bit better for them. But, I mean, it's time will tell. We're just at the beginning of this first game. No goal to either side. Big breakaway play here. Extreme Twins over to Ramen. Ramen back to Exiled. 1, 2, 3. Counted a goal last minute. Score first.
Don't you count me or my predictions out, as well as last minute. They are already getting out to a nice lead. And sure, you know what, you might say 1 goal, but hey, 2 minutes in a match where everybody is favoring their opponent, this is certainly a place that you want to be.
Would you rather be any other place, especially when kind of you feel like people may be doubting you? I absolutely agree with that. You gotta. I mean, for last minute, I feel like this is their series to win, rather than Pause Up series to lose. Got a lot riding on this one. This could be really close down in the back. And Duckworth shoots, and Ramen is able to regain just in time to get a block. That bounce off the back wall right there. Slayer to Duckworth to Taco Stash, and it still can't find its way home. Pause Up remains scoreless.
There are so many whiffs there from last minute, and you can't blame them for all of them. Sure, some of them, yeah, but you're trying to play the hit from the players or from the post or even the miss, and it just keeps bouncing off the post into random different directions. You can't read it. It's so tough. And luckily for last minute, they escape not finding themselves in that even Steven scenario. Instead, they will keep their lead, and now they're going to get to go on this attack here. Although Exiled might not have the ball anymore, I mean, it's still a chance nonetheless, and it's sent right back down.
Sit right back down. Attack has been snuffed completely from the side of Pause Up. They look like they could use a bit more boost on some of these opportunities. Exiled with a back pass back to Extreme. Can we find something here? No, sadly we don't. So it will be Pause Up continuing to march down the pitch. But when does the levee break? When does the flood of goals start? It will be right here. Last minute. Finally end the drought of no scoring to give themselves a 2-goal lead in game number 1.
I mean, for last minute, right? Sometimes, you know, you're in that scenario where you just want the time to keep on burning down. You don't want to let that kickoff start to go through, because then you might see a flood of goals just like this one. I mean, Taco Stash just claims this one off the kickoff, and you have to think that this is good for Pause Up.
It's got to feel good at the bare minimum. I mean, it's right off kickoff. Plenty of time left to tie up this game. And hopefully they can do so for their sake. Going down 1 early on is tough, but look at Taco Stash. The movement. Just able to literally mix up 2 players on the defense. Absolutely making them park the bus. And Taco Stash and Duckworth able to tie the game within 8 seconds of their first goal.
I mean, that's rough. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty rough. To go out to that 2-0 lead, to work so hard for it, and then it's just the mind games that take you out. It's not even really the mechanics. I mean, sure, there might be a shot here or there, but Ramen, what are those mechanics? Put up a goal, put up the lead, and take that right back.
Little doomsy dish from Ramen. Well, I guess it's not technically a doomsy. It's just an off-wall read, but my gosh, last minute, don't really care who their opponents are at this point. They're trying to go home and go to sleep early right now. Up again in this game, 3-2, 60 seconds left. What do you think will be the outcome here? Can they continue to hold this momentum?
I think absolutely, but unfortunately, it's just a demo. And demos are pretty good in the game of Rocket League, if you guys don't know. I mean, Exile looking for 2 there, that's really the big factor. If Exile gets 2 touches, that play will never ever happen. But unfortunately, either ran out of boost or just didn't have the right angle or read, whatever you may think, and that will lead to a tie game yet again. I mean, it seems like usually the initial kickoff goes well for last minute, but then right after it, Pause up, just somehow get this ball, have so much boost, and they're pressuring the offense so strong.
That's what they need to do. They need to absolutely pressure their opponents. I think that the offense from this pause up squad is very, very powerful. Slayer trying to get something there. Big pot shot towards the net. Ramen looking for one. Bumped away from the play. Taco Stash gets their boost taken from them. Duckworth employed to help. Out of the corner, can they find one central? No. We get close to 10 seconds here, and we may see OT right off the bat.
We might just, but 5 seconds still remaining. Maybe a chance this one rolling. It's weird, but the 50 is just not into the net. Still up, though, still time. And this one cleared all the way down. Ramen, the only one with the touch chance, and Extreme to wins. That's the snipe it, but no! The touchdown from GZ Slayer will get this one into OT.
Oh, not off the kickoff. Not like that! What kind of anti-climactic ending is this? It took 3 extra seconds. That's all pause up needed?
You know, there's more for me than just the result of this game on the line. It's my prediction status. And yes, I'm known for not being right 100% of the time. But one of these times, you have to feel right. And this one just slips away from last minute at the last minute. I hate that I said that, but it's true. Because 3 seconds into OT, and you give this one up? I mean, that has to be such a letdown to work so hard. And I can only imagine this is going to snowball into game number 2.
I don't know if I give snowballing the exact terminology here. Last minute had a lot to put up there in game number 1, and I do feel like they carry this into game number 2. It's going to be a little bit of notes to kind of take back moving into this specific game in the series. You can't let your opportunities go by the wayside. 100%. That's what you've got to look at. You cannot let your scoring opportunities go awry. And even more so, play better defense. You guys let it slip. Again, I'm going to hate myself for this. You let it slip at the last minute.
Yep. Yeah, you got to say it too. I mean, it's the truth. And sometimes the truth hurts, both for the players and for the casters that have to make the pun about it. But this one, a shot on net, just barely saved away. No boost is always a scary situation. Just as it is right now, Exile trying to look for maybe a pinch, but instead just gets a soft touch. Taco Stash will allegedly be able to keep that one with them, but unfortunately a 50 will end up being with Slayer. Now this one off the back wall, still inside of the offensive zone for pause up, but it starts to trickle on back. Exiled with a nice pop-up touch, but nobody's there to read it. Just Extreme to wins that will send it right back to that defense yet again.
But they keep it alive here in the offense, and they score off of it. They do not let the possession leave the midfield. Ari, what are you talking about, ma'am?
My bad. I didn't think they had 700 cars on the team because they just kept on rotating in. I mean, we saw in the first game, the trend for them was they couldn't get that offensive pressure consistent past maybe a few shots. But now you see them going up on the sidewall, they're going in, and their rotations are great. That's why their offense is good. Now we just need them to be consistent, both offensively and defensively, and you're going to see a close game just like you saw in game number 1.
100%. I have to absolutely agree. Exile, little pass out, maybe to themselves, or they're looking for the bomb. Good demo. Sadly, the offense wasn't moving that direction. Ramen grabbing some quick boost here to play this off the back wall. Finds Extreme up the field, but that is going to go awry as well. Look at Taco Stash. 100% aware of how to move around that play, reading the ball off the wall well with no boost. Sadly, their efforts do go unnoticed as the offense again is back down in their half as they continue to try to fight to move it the other way. This last minute squad playing with a little bit of extra gusto here in game number 2.
Yeah, and for last minute, right, I think the advantage goes to them once they have all 3 players with full boost. Because typically when they get set up, one of these players is trying to entry the zone with no boost, and that's why they're not able to get those rotations online. just having enough boost in your tank while you're going on the initial attack could help you get towards the goal a little bit more. Ramen forced to make a save there. That one floating all the way across the net, but it will not find the back. No, sir. Just the 1-0, the one goal from last minute that has yet again be the one that's the only one standing.
You finding it hard to continue that statement there?
I mean, there's one goal. What else do you want me to do?
You're right. Maybe get another goal is what we're
Right.
looking for. Maybe something else on the opposite side of the pitch. Pause up for about 3 minutes now. I wouldn't say that they felt like they couldn't find a goal if they bought one, but oh my! Duckworth with the defense off the back wall, including Taco Stash. Do they turn it in? No, they don't. But holy, the level of work they just put in to send that one away.
I mean, that's the beauty of these teams, right? I mean, I know I certainly expected these teams to have a really high skill ceiling. It was just about how long can they keep it going for, right? Who's the first to crumble? And honestly, this should be a series that goes to 7. It should be. Just look at how these teams are playing. Exiled with a shot, that one just a little bit wide. Taco Stash is flopping around in the opponent's zone. Must be cherry picking or something, but it's not going to work out as he can't get anything going on the offense. This one, a double tap, and it's in. Extreme, though, wins, cashes in, and it's 2-zip.
Look at this touch from Exiled, and Extreme finds the double. Absolutely nobody home to block that one. How fast do you think that pass was moving? Had to be at least 50 or 60 miles per hour, right?
I mean, I don't really know what speeds are in this
That's
game.
fair.
I mean,
That's fair.
it looked fast. I'll give you that.
It looked fast.
It's you know, speed just moves a little bit differently in Rocket League. It feels like something that couldn't change with both the speed of the cars as well as the speed of that clock. Duckworth, my friend, you're going to need to get one here if you don't want to be in that danger zone. There's a 50, but everybody's up, and that's going to stop the attack, or at least good for Pause up here.
Exile the other direction. Help with what are these redirects these guys are going for right now? The confidence level that Last Minute is playing with in this second game is a complete turnaround. I feel like it's very indicative of how the end of game number 1 surely felt. But with this clock hitting 10 seconds, I think game number 2 is all but wrapped. Last Minute tying up the series as early as they possibly could here in this best of 7.
Well, I mean, this feels like it should be 2-0 Last Minute. Not just the scoreline on this game, by the way, but on the series. I mean, they were playing great, and then they let the bumps start to hit them and affect them a little bit more. So in their mind, right, this should be 2-0. The only reason you lost the first game was because you made some mistakes. You've ironed them out in game 2. What's stopping you from going into game 3, game 4, having the exact same plan and still getting these wins? I mean, it just feels like they're set up for success, and Pause Up, they're going to be the ones that need to change something going in here.
I do think Pause Up have a bit of a task ahead of them. Obviously, proven in this game here, there was a shutout in game number 2, whereas game number 1 was, we'll call it close. It wasn't very close at all. Overtime ended in 3 seconds. So, but I do have to say that Pause Up feel like they have a lot of work ahead of them moving through this series. But again, this is what you get in between each game. You get that time to kind of talk about it. Both teams get a chance to go, okay, here's what we did really well in that game, and here's what we did really, really bad. How do we fix it? Last Minute proof of whatever they talked about in between game 1 to game 2, 100% worked.
I mean, I don't want to say they did it bad, right? They just didn't do it as well as the opponents. We'll sugarcoat that one a little bit. You know, when they lose, we can say, oh, yeah, it was bad. But that's just because it's bad in comparison to the opposing team. So I guess, you know what, never mind. I agree with your statement. I guess it's bad in comparison to the other team. We'll have it at that. But 1-1 the scoreline, so really neither of these teams being so much more worse than the other. Everyone even Steven in this one, and it's just about getting out to that early start yet again. That might set the tempo, and especially for Pause Up, a much needed one.
I agree. I think between the two teams, the speed at which both of them play, I want to say Pause Up is definitely the faster squad. They feel the faster squad. But like, hear me when I say this. It feels like Last Minute kind of plays better at that up tempo, if that makes any sense.
I can see it. I can see what you're going for. I would say that Last Minute are a little bit more scrappy. And that's that they're just going for plays. They're going to double commit here and there, but it's all a gamble. They all love committing to those fast plays. And it's just about getting themselves into it. That's the tough part. Yes, Pause Up are probably the more consistent team. They're probably used to that play style of that fast play. But as soon as, Last Minute they get online, we saw what happened. It was a shutout in game 2.
And now it's taken a little bit for both these teams to kind of come online in this game. They both aren't exactly making a lot of mistakes. They're not overextending. They're not trying to push the envelope, if you will.
Yet. Because we know it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time.
You're just we know that eventually one of these guys is gonna mess up.
It's like a game of Guess Who, but you have to figure out who's the car to make the blunder as opposed to which character has blonde hair or something of that sort.
Or it was the nightstick in the kitchen by Colonel Mustard.
Who threw the Rocket League game? Was it?
Oh my gosh! No, I think that Last Minute is here to make the first statement. I was already going to say that, and Ramen went ahead and let me know that my prediction was right. I think that what Last Minute do very well is the pressure that they put on Pause Up in their defensive line is extremely, I guess the word I'll look for is suffocating. It forces them to make options and makes them very, very awkward in defense. And that's exactly kind of what you want to have as a squad. Is this another goal the other way off the demo? It is.
Hey, and a low 5 to top it all off. Yeah, I mean, that one just a shot on net off of the demo. And yeah, it seemed a little bit funky for Last Minute off the kickoff there. I'm not going to lie. It definitely seemed like their third man rotated on in and left that first person that initially took the kickoff in a rough spot. But they managed to squeak out of it, and they make the best of it with a demo, and it works for them into another goal. This one, a solid chance for Pause Up, but not quite getting the shots they need. Sure, the offensive pressure is there. The ball is floating where it needs to, but nobody seems to be able to capitalize on it.
Can you believe that? I mean, going into this, you had Last Minute, right? That was your genuine prediction in 5. It seems that Last Minute is doing everything they can to prove that Ari was absolutely right.
I don't think that's necessarily them proving. I think it's them truly understanding what their strengths are as a team, and they're playing it to a T. The consistency is really the only question mark, and it's been holding strong right now. The only reason that they lost that first game, Taco Stash, might be set up for a double tap, but it's GC Slayer that will capitalize on that one. Seemed like there was a demo going through and a rotation messed up. Exiled couldn't get the challenge, and that will do it. Pause Up. They finally answer back after 4 unanswered.
Doesn't it feel good once you finally score? You end the drought of being kind of dunked in a game. And now we saw it in game 1 when Pause Up did score. They almost scored immediately again as Taco Stash is trying to bring it to fruition, but it's okay because Slayer will do just that.
Well, this is a copy and paste of game number 1, where there were two solid goals from Last Minute, and then just like that, Pause Up. They score 1 relatively quickly off a kickoff, and then they capitalize 1 extra off of that. I mean, this is pretty close to what game 1 was, the result, and if that says anything last minute, you're going to have to change up whatever you're doing because those mistakes cannot be tolerated if you want to gain the lead in this series. Because last time it did not work out for you. Exiled, maybe down to Extreme to wins, but this one off the backboard yet again. Ramen looking for a double, but not enough boost in the tank, and the side flip will end that offensive possession. Nobody's got any boost, and you're going to get dusted, but at least your teammate is there to save you.
Save indeed. What can you say? They're trying to at least keep it tied rather than letting them get the lead. Exile! No way! How did you sneak that goal in?
What a placement. I mean, that's a crazy touch, and even if that one doesn't go in, even if it's stalled, Extreme to wins is right on there to make sure it does get sunk on in. I mean, that's the third goal. We saw that from last minute in their first game as well. So just don't cough up another goal and you're all set. But we all know how game one went, and it looks like this game is following right along.
Can you believe that it's just been back and forth this entire time? Also, shout out Nebula Esports RL, massive raid. Thank you guys so much for joining on in.
I mean, this one, you know, what do you do at this point, right? Pause up. They're playing their game. They haven't really adjusted anything. If they have, I mean, it's been a great because I can't even tell that they've changed anything. As for last minute, right, I think their pace has started to slow on down. The mechanics, the plays, those are all still there. It just feels like somebody's going to get more lucky. Eventually, one of these teams is going to win. And it's only a matter of time. That time might be 10 seconds. Extreme to wins, has to save it, and does. Very, very scary. But it looks like we're going to be seeing OT number 2 in game number 3. And hopefully it lasts longer than 3 seconds.
7 seconds.
Was it 7?
No, 7 seconds. Just calling it.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. We're good. All right. I was going to say, we're going to have another anticlimactic end here in OT, but now we're actually playing a bit more with about 6 times the amount of seconds that pass, and oh my! Last minute trying to call game early. Sadly, they don't, but still, the offense has yet to stop this Extreme. Get this.
Well, that's game 3 in the books for ya. And for all of those who have doubted last minute, you might want to rethink your decision because they have just came out for the lead. I mean, most predictions, they had them getting 1 game at best against this pause up squad, and look at that, they're already at 2.
We got a lot to talk about to the desk after all this. I think we gotta ask them if they knew what was actually going on. Does the desk know ball? That is the true question here. I'm unsure if the desk knows ball.
It might just be me versus the entirety of the desk because we have the exact same prediction, just flipped.
I said I was here rooting for last minute as much as I wanted to, but I thought pause up would have it. Calm down. Calm down.
But what you think and what you expect to see are different things. You think with the brain and not with the heart. Just kidding. It's both because that's what you need in this game of Rocket League, right? You can't just play with your brain. You have to feel like you want to win too, and that will make you play better.
So you're just telling me that last minute wants it more. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely.
You know
Absolutely.
What? Fair. I'll give you that one. Fair. I think that in the middle... I was going to say in the middle of this game is when we're going to see pause up, probably turn up, and really start to drive home their offense that we're really known for. Instead, Taco Stash is going to allow Exile to help them with goal number 1.
Yeah, and I think that the next time that last minute win a game, they're going to score a goal. Yeah, okay, have fun with your prediction as well. But but yeah, last minute, I mean, yeah, they let one go, and that has been their weakness, right? It's been the kickoffs. The kickoffs, the consistency, those are 2 points that they just have not seemed to get under control. But Exiled, oh my gosh, I thought the waterfall was on down. Unfortunately not, though. Ramen, it feels like it never has any boost when in this third man position. And luckily, at least escapes it this time. But this one popped on up for Exiled, who's going to get at least 2 touches. A 50 goes out, centered to Ramen, but nobody's back. Nobody's playing third man. And this one, at least they kept up the offensive pressure because that would have been detrimental had a long clear come through. Oh my gosh, what is that passing play?
Did Extreme jump from like yesterday? Oh no, they didn't jump from yesterday. They just jumped from the complete opposite side of the play, knocking that one down. Wow, what an answer to tie us up here within this first minute.
I mean, they look great. And when they don't look great, they look rough. So as long as your average is above 500, if you will, as long as you're doing better more of the time than you're doing worse, you're going to come out on top in this series because those flashes of brilliance that we keep seeing have converted into goals time and time again. And really, just bring it over the line. Those are my words to you last minute. Make sure you will not falter. Pause up. It's time to change something. I know I said it towards game number 1, maybe number 2, I forget which one, but still, it feels like they're still playing the same game. And yes, it's been working to some extent, but it hasn't been enough to claim these games.
I got to agree with that. I have to parrot that statement. It has not been enough to really claim a win, but getting the one they did is crucial enough. I think it's been quite a long day for this squad. No Johns, no excuses. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You step up and you play. If you show up, you show up. If you don't, you don't. That's just how the cookie crumbles. But right now, this cookie is crumbling in the worst way, given that Paws Up are only able to score, I mean, 1 goal each time they meet up here. We got, 2 last time, right? It was 3-2 in the last game. But their answer normally at the beginning of every game is just 1 goal, and they have to fight tooth and nail 4 whole minutes. They have to take last minute to the last minute to ramp up their offense.
Yeah, really, if you get that online just that much faster, not only are you going to have to come back from less because you're getting it earlier, but now you have more time to work with as well. So it's not, putting you on those nerves on edge. You're at least in a better scenario, and you can feel a little bit more calm. I definitely think the nerves are here for Paws Up, especially with the accuracy not going strong. The third man whiffing as well, and this one's just in. Oh no, this is disaster.
The disrespect from Ramen.
It's just giving him the goal,
No, that was it. Come on, that was Exiled's goal, or was it Extreme? I don't know. It's one of them. It wasn't Ramen though. Ramen's a dirty cheater.
Hey, anything for the points.
Right, the pat statting or whatever. Wait,
Absolutely.
the stat padding. There we go. I can say it right now.
I did mention off stream actually that I said one of these teams would have a player get under 100 points, and I didn't check in the first game. I know we didn't see it towards the second one or the third one, but it just feels like you can't get all 3 players on your team equally activated. That's going to be the team that ends up losing, and it's like, yes, the team that scores less goals will be the one that loses, but when this keeps happening, when Ramen keeps dusting 2 of your team, it's pretty impossible to come on back considering he has 4 goals.
I think that was Slayer. Honestly, gotta give them some credit here. I think that was them flipping at the last possible moment, and them not getting. Okay, there we go. That's an answer back right there. I was gonna say that was them flipping at the last possible moment, and then Rocket League not granting them the opportunity to get a touch. I feel like they probably got a ghost touch. I mean, I couldn't really hear it, but yeah, that's a way to redeem yourself for that moment. 4-2, you cut the lead in half. Can you guys climb back up? I mean, it's a rough showing in game number 4 here, and y'all are letting last minute absolutely work you and the clock down in their favor.
I mean, ghost touch or not, right? You can't let the game play you. You have to play the game, and with all of its quirks and queries and conundrums, right? You have to be the one that comes out on top. This one, a little bit of a back pass to themselves, but Extreme to wins, jumps over to, has only 1 to beat, but unfortunately that will prove to be too much, as Duckworth will try and center this one out. The shot just off the crossbar, and Ramen will get an extra little propellant to make sure that one sees its way all the way through. This one a shot on net, but the defense is there. No 50, no double. That's it. That's that attempt. And now, if your pause up, right, you have to come back. You have to get this offense that is consistent in their persistence. And right now, it just feels like you're going for 50s, and the follow-up's not been there on the rebounds. However, here it is, and Duckworth narrowly missing with a great defense.
I think that right there, as much as I hate to say it, that right there probably calls game unless pause up, put one in, and they do.
Was that an own goal?
I don't think so. I think it was an attempt at a block, and their momentum was just going forward. Yeah, the momentum was just going forward. There's nothing they could have done.
Still, you know.
All right, semantics, Ari, semantics. We've seen pause up on kickoff. Can they do it one more time? Duckworth puts it central, or at least attempts to. Exiled and Extreme to wins. Back on the opposite side, downfield, Taco Stash looking for one. Try to call game here. Can they do it? And that is unfortunate. It will be a 3-1 lead in the series. We are on match point for last minute.
I know how they feel right now. I really do. I mean, on the verge of what we all presume is an upset for sure, right? In terms of the standings and the SCS points to just the predictions on the desk. You've got to be feeling it right now and just bring it across the line, right? You have to be calm. Think about, okay, we've gotten 3 games. We should have had really that first one as well. We let that one slip. But just make sure we don't make those blunders because they've been capable of beating this pause up team. It really has not felt close. Like, sure, the score lines have been there time and time again, but I think there was only 1 goal for pause up, maybe 2, that wasn't off of a kickoff.
I guess I've got to agree with you. It has been like pause up dominating the kickoff game, the kickoff shenanigans, if you will. And outside of that, they just cannot seem to put their offense together in a nice fashion to where they can make themselves look like a dominating offensive force. They seem very slow on transition. They seem to always lose it over 2 last minute. It kind of at that moment where they're about to score, they're about to make a breakaway play. It seems the only goals they really are getting off of humongous defensive miscues where it leaves last minute open. So if we can see them put together some team plays, can see them move past the midfield as a unit rather than as a solo play, I really do believe pause up turns this series in their favor. Right now, though, down by 2, you got to win 3 straight.
I mean, yeah, this is triple match point for last minute to move on into the next round. And honestly, I think if anything changes for pause up here, I think that the most blatant one would be the demo game, right? If you can get that physicality going just a tad more, you saw it work out towards game 1. That was the reason they scored that third to tie it on up and then eventually won off of a kickoff goal. But I think if you can take out the defenders, right, that's 99 problems, but that car ain't won. And what is going on here? Okay, they've discovered...
Wait, what do you mean they discovered it? They're respected it, and I started to a 2v2.
It felt like it was broken for like a half a second, and they thought, nah, that was close enough. We'll make it a rule 1.
Yeah, you might as well. Like you gotta just give it its dues in that moment. That's a good demo. Slayer, you gotta have possession in that moment. I know no boost is rough. Did they move to the net? They did. This should be a goal, right? It's not.
And Jeezy Slayer just taking an extra second to make sure that they didn't bump any of the cars in the net. Good sportsmanship. So, honestly, this is a good series of Rocket League. No matter who comes out on top, you have to admire how these teams have been competing. And honestly, I'll accept any team winning at this point. This is just a fun game so far, already 2 minutes in. No goals, but the 2v2, a whole different style for these teams.
It is a different style. I didn't realize we were playing Gamers 8 here at the SCS top 8 of the first major. I didn't realize that we're going to be rocking the crew battles, if you will. But the 2v2 arena here is proving that neither team has the advantage. They both are still trying to figure out what holes they can poke at each other's defense. And Exiled and Extreme to win. Or actually, not Exiled. I'm silly. It's Ramen, isn't it? Nope. Extreme. I get it eventually. You know what I'm saying? We'll finally get down to the last team member there that's stuck in the rule 1. It's like when you're in the house and you're trying to get somebody's attention and you go through every single family member and the dog before you say the right name. That's how I felt just now.
I mean, I'm not at that age yet. Sorry to
Hey,
burst
hey,
your bubble.
whoa, Ari. Whoa, okay, yeah, let's get back in the game, all right? All right, Ramen, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for interrupting the commentary there, because Ari's being absolutely mean.
Yeah, but jokes aside, which they are jokes, a friendly reminder, they are jokes for anyone that is taking me seriously. This is content after all. And last minute, I mean, they're providing some content of their own. The Rule 1 now reset, so it's a 3v3. I mean, unless anybody else wants to make this a 1v1 for the next sort of goal that we might see, but Slayer cannot find that shot on target. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm looking at the wrong net. Well, that's a good thing they didn't find the shot on target.
And you said you weren't at that age yet, Ari.
Only glasses.
Okay, now we're just going to come up with another excuse. All right. Good save on the back line there, Ramen. Keeping the goal at 1, but okay. 2 people jumping at the net for the side of Paws Up, and no one could find the shot, and what? Again, we got an unopened net on one side, an open net on the other, and all 6 of these players couldn't find a goal in those moments. That's crazy.
Welcome to Rocket League, ladies and gentlemen, where we don't do it traditionally here at SCS. We like to do it chaotic, and Exiled might have a chance, but no, can't flick it over. 1-0 the scoreline, and remember, this time has burned on down, right? That first goal, it took a while to come through. So although it might not be a 3-0, there's still plenty of time to come back and indeed cashed in on by Taco Stash. It's a 1-1 tie with exactly 1 left on the dot.
60 seconds to decide if Paws Up are going home or if they're continuing their life in this series. What
It's exactly the last minute.
Yeah, I hate this.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that we have to make that pun right now. Are they gonna do it? Okay. I was gonna say, do they put a goal in and then really make it the last minute? But no, they don't. We got a little bit of offense moving the other way here. 4 Paws Up. Good demo downfield from Ramen, so that means no third approaching member. Duckworth having to work is overtime really to keep the ball alive. And they do so well enough to give Slayer an opportunity to move upfield as well. But how much more time are they going to need to try to keep it out of their net?
You had so many chances, and unfortunately, Taco Stash, the one that claimed the goal previously, is now the one to actually let you down in what could be the final moments of this series, the final moments of this round. But a solid 50 still makes it doable. You just have to beat 1. The fake not good to provide that pressure, but Ramen backboard, no boost, still has to make a save and does. 3 seconds. Will this ball fall? Will we see OT or will we see GG? And that it will be. Last minute, they're gonna take this one 4-1, and look who was right with the prediction desk.
We got no words to you. Absolutely no words. She's gonna gloat everybody. You know what? Production, just go ahead. If we can get set up on the desk, maybe we're here, maybe we're not. I don't know. But give me to a break before I hear her continue to gloat about this again.
Well, yeah, that's going to be it for this series. So we appreciate everyone watching this game. We will have one more segment. Of course, it is the end of the day desk to wrap this all up and talk about how amazing my prediction skills are. But yeah, we'll come to that right after a break.
Oh, no, we're just going to go right to it.
Or not.
Oh, break. No time for breaks here. We are going to close the day out.
When you wanna call when it's cold outside. always be the one that's right here standing by your side. Open up your heart and let me in. I promise not to break you. I promise I'll be all that you want. So let me in my heart before. Let me in. Oh, your love explodes. Our hearts implodes. Your love explodes. Our hearts
Well, it turns out there was time for a break, but we are back from that break with the two casters of that previous series. And as you can see, Ari is, let's say she's a little smug right now. After the prediction last minute, getting the upset victory over Pause Up. Although, Ari, if someone predicted it, can you really call it an upset?
Yes.
Okay. Cool, good talk. Thanks.
You just said yes.
Yeah, I mean, look at the
Like-
SCS points. Look at the seedings. Look at what everyone else predicted, majority versus minority. I mean, I'd say that's pretty respectable, no?
I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree. Listen, we have been waiting all night for an upset. I said at the very top of the show, in single elimination, there always seems to be that one result or maybe even two that catch you by surprise. And Feisty Taquito, I would say this one definitely has caught a lot of people by surprise.
I dude, you got to think about what the Shawnee guys did, man. They've been playing. I think they've literally been playing Rocket League all day today. Like they played Rocket League all day today into this, so it's just been like Slayer said in the chat there. No excuses whatsoever, but like Jesus, they've been behind the screen for close to 6 hours. So that was just it has been a rough go, and to see them bow out this early does stink, but big shout out, big congrats over last minute. It's a big win for y'all, and that's good.
It is a huge win, and I don't know if we do have the bracket kind of graphic that has been updated. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But even if we don't have it updated, we can still show the old one, because it will be very interesting to have a look at what today's results have caused, because we have seen some serious action here at SCS. It has been Silly Billy's 4-2 victory over Little Birds, Pirates on a Bot 4-2 victory over Pips. It's been No Idea winning 4-3 over Paddy Formula, and in that last match, Last Min 4-1 over Pause Up, which sets up this semi-final bracket tomorrow. We will see Silly Billy's versus Pirates on a Bot and No Idea versus Last Minute. Ari.
Yep.
There is, I would argue there is I don't want to kind of, disrespect No Idea and Last Minute, but that Silly Billy's versus Pirates on a Bot game is mouth-watering.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I certainly think that one is definitely the one to watch. Not to say that the other one isn't. I mean,
course.
I think they're still going to be very close on both sides. Just you might see different paces of gameplay, which is fine. And maybe we do see an adaptation from one team or another, whether it's, I don't know, Silly Billy's coming out on top and then having to play last minute a team that they're not quite familiar with. They've only played a few times and have a different style. I think anyone can win this tournament, and that's why they're all here in the round that they are. But if you're talking about two heavy hitters, two high seeds, yeah, definitely Silly Billy's, Pirates on a bot, certainly the ones to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. Spicy Taquito, want to come to you and just have a look down the scores here. Obviously, that last game, last minute, getting that 4-1 victory over Paws Up. But was there any other team outside of last minute that specifically impressed you today at all?
I do have to say, unfortunately, I was a little bit busy, but I did come in to get to see all of the No Idea Patty Formula match. I've
Sure.
got to say, man, Patty Formula was impressive. Absolutely impressive through that series. And just looking at everything else here, Little Birds taking Silly Billies to game 6. I mean, come on, Rhino. You know me and you know me and the Little Birds. That result right there, mega impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt about that. A few people had Silly Billies going, sweeping that game 4-0 and Little Birds getting those two, and also making the games that Silly Billies won very, very close as well. They definitely played incredibly well today. Unfortunately, their run does end here, but they will walk away with 12 SCS points. So, knowing what we know now, the $300 will be on the line tomorrow. Ari, give me a prediction from the remaining 4 teams. Who takes it?
Okay, well, I'm not going to be here on the desk tomorrow, so you guys are just going to have to remember me in spirit. You can put it up. Maybe I'll be in the Twitch chat. You never know. So make sure to drop a follow there. Make sure you're here tomorrow. But honestly, if I'm going to take it one game at a time, I'm going to say last minute takes their series, and then Silly Billy's Pirate in a Bot. I think that one goes the distance, either 6 or 7. I'm not going to predict a winner of that series. I'm not going to do it. But I'm going to say it's the winner of that series in 6.
Okay.
She's fin sitting. I don't like it.
There is a little bit of splinters in the butt, but that's fine.
Pirates on a bot in 6.
Yo, that's
Love
what we
that.
like to see. We like the hot take.
Absolutely love that. Feisty. Come on, then. Same question to you. Who takes all of the marbles tomorrow?
I will say I will give the distance of the first series. I think Silly Billies will take it. I do think the series does absolutely go the distance. I have immense amount of faith in Pirates on a Bot. That team is insanely good, and out of the 4 that are left to take it, or out of the 3 that are left in facing off against Silly Billies potentially, I do think Pirates on the Bot have the best chance. Looking at the other one with No Idea and Last Min, I mean, after what I just saw, I'm gonna make the joke. I've seen enough. I'm convinced Last Min in 6.
Wow.
Jesus, that team last minute did absolutely insane work today.
Did the business. No doubt about that. It's also worth remembering, by the way, that every single team who got a win today, who find themselves in those semifinals tomorrow, they have banked themselves a minimum of $60 and of course those sweet SCS ranking points, 18 to be exact, all going through to that final championship in August, which is going to be very exciting. But that is going to do it for our stream today. We obviously have the usual thank yous to go through. Thank you so much to Raindrook for producing for the entire evening. It's been a pleasure to work with you tonight. Thank you to every single one of our casters, Feisty Taquito, Colby, Beaver, Somber, Melakheim, Jay, Fresh, and Ari. Thank you to our sponsors of Sawdog Apparel and Raven GG. Without you guys, there simply would not be this prize pool, and there simply wouldn't be the interest in this tournament. Thank you so much to the players for showing up, showing out, and putting on some incredible entertainment and giving us a lot of content for our social media. And of course, thank you to you, all of the viewers who have stuck with us for this entire evening. It's been a long one, and we appreciate every single last one of you, because without you, there is no stream. And that's it. Tomorrow, we will find out who wins the first major here at the Spate Championship Series. Will it be Silly Billies, Pirates on a Bot, No Idea, or Last Minute? We'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out. For myself, for my desk, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. Take it easy.
It's all about house music. House music. House music. House music. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love. It's all about house music. It's all about love.